Coal. Are you using a puzzle or something? Yep. Yeah, apparently solar panels not require a puzzle. I hate these trees. I want to cut them, but I have nothing. No, actually, I have nothing. I'd love to live a hot full battery. Glass. Glass panes are used in. That's the toy we need also. For later. We need the generator. Circuit. Again. And boom, one solar panel. I am Baldy. Nice to meet you. We need an LV transformer. No, I think I already have one. Darn it. Yay. This is hell. Oh. Flashing light warning.
This solution works relatively okay. Some exceptions, if you've heard of the Stunbot problem, as beautifully demonstrated by this pretty powerful Anderson, sometimes mistakenly seconds of normal words for names, sometimes making them poorly books, slight meaning effects.
Hey guys, we own a painting business called Mass Construction in the Philippines. Come visit us.
Robots wasn't these platforms. Since they've done the censorship film, they've decided the best way to do the Stunbot problem is to replace their entire message with hashtags. And they still decide to send hashtags to the entire server anyway, and now robots don't have time to make this. Roblox where you just typed in. Well, no, because Roblox moderation can be complete bollocks. It's so bollocks that Roblox has been known locally for its hashtag censorship in memes and pop culture.
I hate hashtags, and especially in Roblox, because that's what they use to censor bad words. And I shouldn't even use the word bad words, because they just censor any word. They censor days of the week, they censor time, they censor people's names, and they send a friend request to hashtag, because she is my hashtag. Okay guys, I'm in a game and I'm already seeing hashtags. Look!
If hashtag is easy, Roblox is behind D. But in a string of controversial updates this year, they've decided that it is enough. I have decided that it is enough. No more tags. And they replaced it.
Yes, I'm a Tomcraft. I don't even know what to do. So many shards? What? So 5 shards to be extracted, crafted, bead, or go to any dimension. Including Coca-Cola. I don't know why the hell I'm saying this, but I just don't know. Coca-Cola is Puma. 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 Coca-Cola. Damn. Make a big base here. Currently, we have to wash machines, so we'll delete them. I should have kept them. I'm gonna have a cluster and the Singularity compressor, which is not cheap across against alloys. I think a monster is just made by mashing tin and copper. Or fire and iron. And some tin. Matter how hard we take things, I don't know why they even matter. Oh, you got an infinite power source. Yes, a power source. Green flag. Pickaxe in my head. I'm tired looking at it. Yeah, if you food, you have food. the door open on you. Oh, hi there. What's blue? Hi there. He's gonna leave out the fun. Oh, hi there. I had. You can actually get power from medium force. Convert all energy. Stick. Cable. Buy $1 or $2. You lose $1 or $2. I don't know what the hell I'm even saying. One or two. Oh my god. You want raw meals because I know those were cheaper, but they were even worse than solar panels. Yeah, I mean like 8-year tech. Wow, solar panel makes 128. No. 32-year tech. That's more than 8-year tech. Plus, I need it. Sunlight. Well, the most power you need is just water. That's why we have a water pool. And it can actually power a single day. So instead of having need a thing. It's a custom water. I didn't cheat these items in. This is actually all the way that. You see, there's actually a different signature all the way there. I don't know why. I thought it would be funny. So, okay. Our full low is actually good. You got the diamond, let's go! Which is 8,000 EMC. Well, I need to my words. I don't care about underqualities. They look so bad. These 30 export upgrade, which is generally just piston, mining pipe, which is a 3-tap. That's 300 slots. I use this one once. Apparently, endstone is cheap. Be like, oh no, it's harder. In fact, I think it's easier. Alright, let's actually stop progressing and start the weapon. I'm going to saturation overload because running. Takes like 3 turns cannons. Not fast for some reason, so yeah. Wait, sorry about on that. That is a Sure. I'm gonna fight the mantis. And now we get single iron ingot. And just try. I got time to try. After 3 hours. The 20 message calls don't count as time is fine. I think it's still hot. Monster Hunter. How does this thing do like 10,000 damage? Yeah, it's more durable than me anyway. Might as well use it until the end. He just two-shot one. That was funny. Got 1,000 diamonds. I spent about 1 oil. How did you get lava? Magma crucible. Hmm. We got levels. We got EMC. Like, yeah, 39 diamonds and 1,000 extra EMC. Why not? Why not have a spam of random items? I don't care. I probably don't care about these anyway. I'm 3,000 EMC. We got another solar panel. I'm gonna use one solar panel for this thing. And I need power. Well, this thing is slowly filling up. I'm gonna give it 4 stacks. 3. Yeah, that's how fast diamonds are made. be after. What? These are levels. I'm doing 2,000 levels. He said 1,000, but they do 5,000! Oh, yeah, pretty much. And him. That's my mic even walking. Yes. $59 berries. A tin can is better apparently. What? Oh, for stone. Alright, for 3 stone, you can get juice. With standard with all of this, you can turn it into 1 trillion saturation. And it acts like a food item. That gives levels. And a stack of this. You get a stack of juice. That's how much we got. I hate that when my mouse gets slower. 2 more. Dang it. Oh wait. Over when? I was for 66 and not 64. I like that you have another art just for no reason. I got a level. What's in 1 uranium nugget? Square root of 3. Mashed food. Meaty stew. Anything with food value? The most expensive thing is the golden apple. A piece of pie, 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 and a piece of pie, 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 and a piece of pie. Finish so pro. Ow! 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 Are you really dumb? Great. Anyway, now we got food served for like infinity years. Wait, can I make this? Potato cake. Butter. Oh no, mine is like so easy. But. Food salt. What that means, it's just a food. It's edible. Piece of pie, pie, pie. It does. It has infiltration or seed. What? Piece of pie, 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 piece of pie. I don't know why I'm saying this. A piece of pie, 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 piece of pie, pie. When the pie is running low, when the pie is shining through. Don't forget, the pie is with you. You got a dumb sword. The battle axe is just green goo, ultimate axe. Oh, peak. Here's the ultimate axe. That's a chainsaw. Where's that? I got a chainsaw that does 60. I'm just holding up more. Does your attack will do anything? Good effects. It's a pretty good weapon though. I think it's better than this because 60 attack damage is too much.
With rephrasing. If you know English, you'd know that rephrasing is when you express the same message with different words. Example, Daffy ate a nut. That was one of a kind, he says. Rephrasing would be like, Gappy had a delicious nugget. It's the same core message, but there are some flaws with this. While there indeed is a yummy
500
nugget,
million
the
rupees?
rephrasing
Are you kidding?
omits
No,
the
that's in
information
rupees. It's only
Gappy
about
says
$6,000.
is one of a
I
kind.
don't care. This burger is
Special.
Joe Bucket's falling apart.
Now it just
So
sounds
please
like a
calm down.
bland
This is
essay.
the worst burger
Now
ever
imagine
made.
We're dealing with more dangerous situation. What if a role player felt the need to be a bolo head to another guy, and then he starts throwing out slurs from 30 languages? You could rephrase that into something completely neutral and emotionless. It seems like it's doing its job, but stick with me, because this is where it gets murky. Yes, it does remove the offending content, which, I guess, is a success. If only it works. Users are quick to share their experiences with AI rephrasing, with many messages completely altering the original meaning of whatever they just said. It seems like a small issue, so I'm going to level up the concern. What if Roblox decides that this kind of rephrasing technology should go beyond swearing or insulting? Imagine if you want to show your displeasure in Roblox updates by saying,
I hate all of these updates. I want to leave Roblox.
People count that as offender, and they rephrase it to a neutral one, like, I think Roblox could have done better with these updates. Or straight up lie. I wish Roblox should push more of these updates. They could start suppressing certain things overnight. Oh yeah, they're already doing that. This is quite literally a potential crime that we might know of. It's called framing, putting words in someone's mouth. In most cases, this is illegal, but as you might expect, Roblox implementation of rephrasing makes it not as clear-cut as straight-up framing. AI everything is a big thing for billionaires, shareholders, and basement dwellers alike. Because generative AI is relatively new and unregulated, this means that anyone with an inch of power in the world are quite unaware of all the potential negatives. Or they do know and just like money. The result is the same. Even if we pretend that AI does not destroy the environment through excessive energy use and water for cooling its gigantic data centers, AI still tends to hallucinate or make up stuff on the fly. Just imagine your calculator starts saying 2 plus 2 equals 5 a mere 20% of the time and takes 10 times longer to calculate it. And as Elon Musk already showed, you can manipulate an AI to the extreme. This same AI that will likely look at your messages, find anything that is considered offensive, which I remind you is very vague. Oh, and for good measure, they'll probably take your message and save it for training purposes. Awesome.
500 million rupees? Are you kidding? No, that
Best difficult shot, Abby. This kills. Medium. I am meant to say easy this time. Yeah, the service sucks anyway. It's just obby. I'm gonna search C.
Leclerc, bonjour.
Wow,
Oui,
gambling.
bonjour. J'ai une question sur la bière Desperados. C'est vrai qu'elle est parfumée à l'agave?
Teefers. Okay, my wife keeps eating my Captain Crunch, so I'm selling her up her teeth. Don't feel sorry for her. She was warned. $20 or best offer. I'll give you $1. How about that? Hi there. I'm Robin. You've known me here for almost 5 years now. Oh boy, welcome to Found Satan, folks. Let's get in there. I have a phobia, the irrational fear of palindromes, words that read the same forwards and backwards. Sometimes when my girl makes me mad, I upload pictures with her forehead edited to be slightly bigger, like she wouldn't notice. It's actually stupidly obvious what you did. But Jesus, man, what would she just get back at you? Does she edit something to be slightly smaller? I'm bored, so I just put a pregnant.
Homer hits the doorway. No. Homer ruins his own.
There are 10 players in a single base plate.
Wait, did you hear it?
No.
Homer hits his own. No. Did you not hear it? Wait a second.
Can we serve this fucking stuff?
Why are you walking people? Homer drops a donut. No. Homer spills the soda. No.
Welcome under construction.
How dare you poo poo kaka laka laka daka daka.
Damn servers. These servers are so good. Baldy. Blue. Green. Blue.
What do you know? I wish I had Plan B. This is weird. Sign, look out for that. You must be awake. You don't listen. Be okay. That's it. You act like chickens? No, leave.
Well, peek Among Us map. I'm gonna block someone. For no reason. Jesus.
It's the year 2012. You're browsing a site called YouTube until you come across the greatest series of all time.
Those bloggers were right about everything. Come on,
Okay, well, maybe it didn't have a script or any crazy CGI. It was literally just a group of guys playing a game, having fun, but it certainly was something special. Their videos meant a lot to me as a kid, so I decided to relive those days in my own tech world. So sit back, forget about work or school, and let's relive this memory together. So back in the day, the Jaffa Factory was actually done in the OG mod pack for Tekkit, and my worlds I've been playing in Tekkit 2. So I think it's only right to copy my world over into Tekkit Classic. And my entire base, I'm literally on like 2 FPS. So turns out, converting the world was a little bit glitchy, and because of all the lag, it took me like 5 minutes to get out of my factory. But once I finally got out, it was time to do the most essential part of this entire video, the Sphax Texture Pack.
Ready to unlock Roblox digital gift cards?
Okay, gambling.
Start earning with Microsoft Rewards.
Oh my gosh, this is insane. And after a lot of crashes and trying to fix it by removing a bunch of mods, I finally was able to fix the lag by loading my world without Buildcraft and then reinstalling. And since I'm a programmer, let me explain to you guys why that works. And since all my items reset, I pretty much have to start from scratch again. But luckily, I made all these beacons last episode, so I was able to get some diamonds, get some fuels, and get started. And for the next little bit, I literally just went around my base, breaking some blocks, and...
Thinking about the sports that I heard you at? Buddy? Hello? Where's the core? Left, all right. What did he say?
It's the blood. It's murder.
and admiring the Sphax texture pack until I was able to get the energy condenser and then finally the flying ring. Now another issue is all the forces to generate this 2, which is technically different.
So loud.
Are actually going to be in any of these loaded chunks. So all we gotta do is visit some new chunks that we've never been to before so that the seed can generate the ores naturally, which is a little bit easier said than done. If you remember from last episode, I actually traveled a lot, so I had to go like over 2,000 blocks away from my base, but I finally found some new chunks. So really luckily in these new chunks I found a cave, was able to get some of the modded ores including ruby, tin, copper, uranium, wait, here's uranium, myranium, uranium, also some fake diamond, aka Nicolite. There were still a few ores missing, so I had to find even more new chunks, but I eventually got emerald, silver, and sapphire. So now we have every single modded ore, but there's still something that we're missing. Something more valuable and more important than all of these ores put together. I've traveled thousands of blocks, finally found it. Marble. For those who don't know, this is going to be used quite a bit in our build for this episode, and for those of you who do know, you can probably relate to how nostalgic just seeing this texture is. And the last thing I needed from new chunks was rubber chunks. So after all of that, it's finally time to start building up a house. And you already know exactly how this house is going to look. This doesn't look right. Oh, the roof is on the other side. And the house is complete and looking good. Now it's time to make some machines. Okay, so the machines I want are the macerator and the electric furnace. For pretty much every machine, we're going to need an electronic circuit and a machine block. With a bit of flint cobble, we got the macerator. And with another electronic circuit and an iron furnace, I got an electric furnace. And finally, I set up a generator with some copper cables. So if it's been a while since you played Tekkit, the macerator turns every ore into 2 dust, and for every single dust we can smelt it to get an ingot. And we can actually easily automate this with Buildcraft. So we can put a wooden pipe right here where the items will come out of the macerator, and then use a cobblestone pipe so we can route it into the top of the furnace, and to power it we can use a redstone engine and a lever. And now we've essentially doubled all of our ores. And our base is getting a little bit dark, so I decided to light it up with this jack-o'-lantern. If you know, you know. And to finish off the decorations, I changed the floor from grass to marble. Next, it's time to organize our items a little bit. I placed a bunch of chests around the house and gave them some labels. So here we have local things for local people, unrefined ores and stone, organic materials. Yes, trust me, that is not a typo. Use-so refine, and tools and safety gear. And apparently I forgot to label the last chest, but it's just precious materials. Now this house is getting a little bit too crowded to have a bed or anything, but I think it's time to build a second house. It's literally just a one-to-one copy of the other house, and also to the Jeffa factory house, and it was finished off with some birch wood for the floor. This house is going to be used for mine and my business partner's den. So here we have my bed, and still my bed. I roll around a lot in my sleep, guys, and I think it's very fitting to have my business partners be my YouTube members. So here we have Desmond the Grape 2's bed. Thank you, Desmond, for being a member. And this was recorded when I only had one member, but now I have two. So for now this is my bed, but yeah, this belongs to Bruno. Anyways, and we can't forget to give our members a share in the company. Disclaimer, this is not a legally binding share, and I shall not be held personally or financially responsible for the profits on this video. Please contact your doctor if you experience an Alright, next step is to plan the foundation of the factory. So to make sure I was placing everything in the right spot, I took in coordinates on this ladder and compared it to mine, and really luckily I built this building in the same direction as them, though it was really easy to compare the coordinates. So the first block should go right here with a corner just like that. And the factory has a circular pattern like 9 by 6, just like this. There we have the initial foundations of the factory. This is actually like...
Ah yes, I have someone dumbass feeling.
I thought I'd just share this.
Don't
Just kind of
tell me.
What the fuck? Warning, Google has no special significance in mathematics, however, it is useful when comparing with other very large quantities, such as the number of subatomic particles in the visible universe, or the number of hypothetical possibilities in a chess game. What? Kasner used it to illustrate the difference between an unimaginable large number and infinity, and in this role, it is sometimes used in teaching mathematics. To put it in perspective, the size of a Google, the mass of an electron, just under 10 to the power of minus 30 kilograms, can be compared to the mass of the visible universe, estimated between 10 to the power 50 and 10 to the power 60 kilograms. Is ratio in the order of about 10 to the power of 80 to 10 to the power 90, or about 1/10 billionth of a Google. Wow, okay. Good lord. Hello, hi, welcome to another video. Today we're playing Google, which is also 10 to the power 100. You know what I mean? That's basically 1 with 100 zeros. Yeah, it's a lot. I was not going to post Boys Basics if you had seen my community post. And then yesterday, I decided to be an idiot and look at the Boys Basics community page on Game Banana, and I found this mod. I thought, this would look interesting. Now, when I first saw this, was sort of released like 15 minutes ago. But I was too busy being on call with my friend, King Arthur. So I couldn't really play it. But also, this kind of is a kind of test video to see if the video is going to do well, because my video on the Five Nights at Frederick's, Five Nights at Frick Bears 3, did
Square with 3. Oh my god, someone's playing the boombox.
So divine second chance. We're not here to get help. We're not here to be fixed. We're here to be dead.
I win.
What the fuck?
Smart now. Do you know what this thing is?
Oh. Fuck you.
There's decals for it. It's just a.
Wait, why is the middle,
King
thingy
K
above?
false.
Why?
Don't ask. I didn't. I just want to make it secret. Something.
Why? Why?
Mosquito.
Homer drops his donut. No. Homer spills his soda.
Wow, button clicker. So good.
You stupid nigger, nigger, nigger. Nigger, 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 nigger.
Can I change? France.
in New York all to herself, so she kicked me straight into the womb of a washed-up C-list actress and crawled into the billionaire wife's belly instead. Too bad she had no idea that family was completely fucked up. The billionaire father was obsessed with his wife to the point of insanity. The mother was a soft, sheltered sweetheart with a saint complex, and the adopted older brother was cold, possessive, and dangerously unhinged. In our last life, my sister got tortured by that psycho brother until she was barely human. Her legs were ruined. Meanwhile, my actress mother clawed her way up to become an A-list queen of the screen, and she dragged me with her, starting me out as a child star and molding me into one of the hottest young actresses in Hollywood. Then my sister, eaten alive by jealousy, strapped explosives to herself and blew us both up on an award stage. When I opened my eyes again, she shoved me aside and dived headfirst into the C-list actress's womb before I could move. This time I'm the one getting the glamorous life, she said. I laughed, because she had no clue. The illness in that billionaire family, I could cure every last one of them before I was even born. That psycho adopted brother, I could have him wrapped around my little finger in no time. As for the actress she chose this time, now that was the real monster. Big sis, this time you can go get tortured by that insane family. In the underworld, my sister shoved me so hard I nearly lost my grip on the edge of the mirror world. Without even looking back, she dove toward the reflect.
I'm in a button simulator. You sound like you're shitting.
Join me.
I'm playing game.
Join me.
But when you were talking, you sound like shitting, like before.
Join me. Join me now. 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 What are you doing?
I don't know. You don't have my button clicker simulator.
Bro, just join me.
No. I'm not playing Tennis
Yeah.
Simulator Part 2.
No, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck your protein powder. Join. Join.
If you clicked on this video, then I'm sure you remember this bald-headed
Bro,
pixelated
if
teacher
you
who followed you
don't
around
join
the
right
years ago.
now-
Chances are you haven't seen this familiar face in a long time, even though it was getting hundreds of millions of views across the world in its heyday. Today, I'm going to be talking about what happened to Baldi's basics to cause it to fall off and disappear off of the face of the planet, and why that may actually be...
Bro. Nathan. Nelson. Yeah. No.
I win.
a good thing. If you enjoy videos like this, then like and sub would be truly appreciated, and let's get on to the video. Baldi's Basics in Education and Learning was created in 2018 by a person named Mike McGonigal, I hope I pronounced that right, as an entry in the 2018 Meta Game Jam. A Game Jam is a limited time event where developers compete to create a video game from scratch in a short amount of time. This Game Jam specifically was about creating a metagame, which basically means games that are aware that they are games. That might not make too much sense, but it's basically a game with one of these following requirements. Micah ended up submitting the game just 26 minutes and 55 seconds before the deadline for the Game Jam and ended up achieving second place. And even though he ended up not winning the Game Jam, his game skyrocketed in popularity while the game that won first place, Farfail OS, never really got any attention outside of the Game Jam. Baldi's Basics ended up getting over 10,000 downloads around a month after the Game Jam, and so the creator made a Reddit post asking if it would be a good idea to make a Kickstarter page to fund the development of turning the Game Jam entry into a full game. People thought it would be a good idea, and so the Kickstarter began with a goal of raising $50,000. It began on July 24th, 2018, and it would end up surpassing the goal with over 2,000 backers pledging over $60,000 by August 23rd, 2018. So he surpassed his goal in just under a month. This was all happening around the time that the game began blowing up on YouTube, and it's a big part of why the Kickstarter campaign reached its goal so quickly. YouTubers like Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, and DanTDM were making videos on the game, leading the game to explode in popularity seemingly overnight. But the success of the game isn't just owed to big YouTubers making videos about it. The game itself was great.
I clung to the edge and refused to fall. The young, ridiculously handsome king of hell looked genuinely confused. Is your sister always this impatient? In our last life, when we heard we'd been selected as part of his reincarnation study and were allowed to choose our next lives, my sister got so excited she practically vibrated. Before he could finish explaining, she kicked me into the actress's womb. I am not spending another life as sisters with that bitch. She doesn't deserve it. The king of hell had looked pretty helpless after that, so he changed the rules on the spot and let us each choose a family. Terrified he might change his mind, my sister didn't even wait for him to finish before she scrambled into the billionaire wife's womb. So in our last life, neither of us ever learned what he hadn't finished saying, but I knew it had to matter. Seeing me still hanging there and refusing to be reborn, he smiled with interest. You really are smarter than your sister. Fine, I'll tell you the extra conditions of the experiment. Once he finished, I finally understood. After changing the study last time, he'd added 2 secret conditions. He gave each of us the power of directed inner speech, meaning certain people could hear our thoughts, and top-tier beauty. He wanted to see what would happen if a mentally unstable billionaire family could hear our minds, and whether unmatched beauty could change the fate of an actress and her daughter. But in our last life, neither of us knew those abilities existed, which meant my sister must have discovered the family was crazy, and then used her inner voice to trash talk them nonstop, accidentally letting them hear every word. That explained everything. No wonder the entire family despised her from the time she was in the womb. No wonder the adopted brother ended up breaking her. And me? I'd used my god-tier looks to become a rising star under my actress mother's relentless training, but behind all the glitter was a bottomless hell. I stared at the actress's swollen belly in the mirror and smiled coldly. Congrats, little sister. You took my place in hell. This time, I'd use my mind-reading gift properly. I'd start hustling from the womb. I'd make that billionaire family treasure me. Thank you, your majesty. I gave the king of hell one last grateful look, let go, and dropped into the billionaire wife's womb. What do you mean the cord is around her neck? If we do a C-section, my wife could be at risk. The delivery room erupted with the roar of my father, the billionaire. Do something! Save my wife first! If anything happens to her, I swear this whole hospital's going down with her. Inside the womb, I sighed. So this is my billionaire alpha dad? He really loves my mom. Damn, he's loyal as hell. Mom seriously hit the jackpot marrying a man like this. The second my thoughts landed, both my raging father and my screaming mother froze. They stared at each other in shock. I smiled, so they really could hear me. This gift was amazing. And even better, it was targeted. Who heard what was entirely up to me. In my last life, my sister had no clue she had this skill. At the beginning, her thoughts were broadcast automatically to the whole family. So when she heard the billionaire say, save the mother, not the baby, she'd exploded in the womb. What kind of brain-dead rich asshole says that? Pretending to be some devoted husband? Fake as fuck. Save the wife, not the kid. Bet he's already got mistresses outside with a whole litter of bastard babies. Naturally, that nearly started a full-blown war between husband and wife right there in the hospital. My father had practically fallen to his knees, swearing loyalty before he calmed my mother down. When my sister was born, he didn't even look at her. He just held his wife and cried, baby, you scared me to death. And my sister, stupid to the end, had kept sneering in her head, I'm supposed to be your baby, asshole. You can't even fake it right. And wow, this old fat hag actually believes him. Look at her. She really thinks she deserves to be Mrs. Billionaire? That did it. Dad's face had gone cold, and he ordered the nurses to take her away. Mom started seeing her as some kind of demon daughter who'd come to compete with her, a debt collector, a curse. They hated her before she was even born. But me? I was going to make them adore me for real. A lovesick husband and a sweet, gullible mom. Easy work. I sent out another
Mr. Beast Shine 2017.
Daddy and mama crying because of me. I can't let them cry. I have to try harder. Then I rolled around in the warm amniotic fluid, turned toward the ultrasound, reached out my tiny hand, and grabbed the cord. 1 loop, 2 loop. I worked it off my neck. There. Bad cord gone. Don't cry, daddy and mommy. Baby fixed it. My parents stared at the screen in stunned disbelief. Doctor, look, is the cord off? The medical staff rushed over, voices trembling. Mr. Carter, Mrs. Carter, this is a miracle. Your daughter must be connected to you in the deepest way. She moved the cord herself. She's an angel baby. Congratulations. My parents burst into tears and held each other. Dad waved his hand grandly. Bonus, everyone. $100 grand each. Every doctor and nurse in the room looked ready to kneel. 1 second, he threatened to bury the whole hospital. The next, he was showering them in money. All because of me. Then, from the delivery room next door, I heard a familiar, shrill scream. What do you mean labor complications? Get the best doula in this hospital right now, or I'll drag this place online and ruin you. The actress. Right. In both lives, my sister and I had been born in neighboring rooms, so I sent a thought through the wall, aimed straight at her. Hey, little sis. You reincarnated before me, so why are you still not out yet? Oh, I get it. Seniority matters. I have to be born first. Ah, doctor, it hurts. This little monster is kicking the shit out of me. Get her out. Perfect. She'd lost control exactly like I knew she would, thrashing around in the actress's womb in pure rage. The actress screamed and cursed the evil brat inside her. Meanwhile, I adjusted my position, got comfortable, and thought happily, Daddy, Mommy, your baby is coming. Then I kicked, twisted, and slid right out onto the delivery bed with a loud cry. The whole room was stunned. My sweet, clueless mother blinked in confusion. That was it? She's born? The nurses laughed in amazement. I've never seen a birth this easy. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Carter, on your little angel. Mom scooped me up, laughing and crying at the same time. Ethan, look! The second I held her, she stopped crying. She's smiling at me. Dad choked up as he wrapped both of us in his arms. She's such a good girl. She couldn't bear to make you suffer. He named me Claire Carter, a pearl, a treasure, a gift from heaven. Then, right there in the hospital, he founded a charitable trust in my name and transferred 5% of the family company's shares to me. Sweetheart, this is Daddy's reward for you.
A while back, one of you guys mentioned I should take a look at the AU called the Mimic Infect.
Wait, can you hear this?
My name is Andrew Dingus. Oh, shittings.
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear this?
Homer drops his donut, dough. Homer spills his soda, dough. Homer hits the doorway, dough. Homer ruins his whole day, dough. Every little slip, every little pain, same old story again and again. Homer falls out of the plane, dough. Sun or shine or pouring rain, dough. No matter what, it ends the same, dough, 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 dough. Homer burns the dinner, dough. Homer blames the toaster, dough. Homer trips on nothing, dough. Never getting closer, dough. Tries best, but it goes wrong still.
How one? Roblox 0 time.
Old school retro look before it was popular to have. It was made to emulate the look of old edutainment games from the 90s like Sonic Schoolhouse, which are basically games made for kids to learn, but Micah ended up adding a horror twist to it, which you probably already know. It wasn't just your run-of-the-mill horror game though, it was chaotic and unpredictable, the characters were unique, and the voice acting was interesting. The game was perfect for content, even though the main focus of making the game was trying to win a game jam. People fell in love with the game so much that they just wanted more, and that's where we reach our first problem. The version of the game that blew up all over the internet wasn't meant to be a full game. It was a game jam project made in just a few days. It wasn't really polished and had barely any content. It was basically just a demo. Despite this, millions of people loved the game and their expectations were high. They wanted to see even more content about their favorite bald-headed teacher, but unfortunately the demand was way higher than the supply. Baldi's Basics was created by one single developer, and if you know anything about game development, then you know that indie game studios take a long time to put out new updates, especially when it's just one dude making them. The first couple months after the game's release saw quick bug fixes and small tweaks releasing every few days, and bigger additions would take a few weeks to maybe a couple of months. But when the Kickstarter came into existence and there was now the promise of a full Baldi's Basics game, attention shifted from the Game Jam version, which is now known as Baldi's Basics Classic, and was now more focused on the full game, which was going to be named Baldi's Basics Plus. Expectations were high. People had now invested real-world money into what was once a simple demo, and now they were waiting for a fully fledged version of the game to release. Baldi's Basics Classic received its last major update in November 2018 with version 1.4, because development for Baldi's Basics Plus had now begun. There was a time when Baldi was absolutely everywhere on YouTube. You couldn't open the app without seeing him on your homepage, but that kind of popularity doesn't last forever. Once YouTubers had played through the game and squeezed all the content they could out of it, there just wasn't much left to cover, and so they moved on. And because Baldi's success was so heavily tied to YouTube, it started fading from the mainstream almost as quickly as it blew up. A dedicated fan base still stuck around, but for most people, Baldi just kind of disappeared. Even though most people thought Baldi was finished, the developer was working on something much bigger. Fast forward to June 12th of 2020, and we received the first ever version of Baldi's Basics Plus, version 0.1. Baldi's Basics Plus introduced new features like procedural generation, new characters, and the game was completely overhauled in general. Everything that people wanted to be added to Classic was now being added to Plus instead. It was going to be the definitive version of Baldi's Basics. And while most people thought that Baldi had already given everything it had to offer, the developer was grinding in the background working on...
You left! Hi, I'm Baldi. Nice to meet you. Let me put this in your book. Oh, you haven't let me. You just wait. So you could think down. Oh, hi there. Why is my internet so bad? Oh, hi there. What's going on in my map? Top of the arena. Oh, I killed Baldi. You can kill Baldi in this game. go camping. Give me this. Fuck you, finish. I just read a Minecraft command. Yes! I got dash! Don't need that. This shell doesn't work so good. It works so good over. What y'all actually just Why?
Apples.
The show. Never mind.
Apples.
Slip. Apples. 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 Now I'm gonna lose. Boom. No, that shit comes through.
Apples.
The first two. No. I won $9 billion.
updates for the game and trying to perfect it just as he had promised in the Kickstarter campaign. While the mainstream's attention diverted from Baldi onto other horror games, the developer did not divert his attention, and instead he was fully focused on delivering on his promise and staying true to his word. And that's... Now, you read the title and are probably wondering why Baldi's falloff would ever be considered a good thing. And, well, let me explain. Most games that blow up to the extent that Baldi did usually don't end very well. The popularity ends up getting to the developers' heads, and they begin pumping out updates or sequels like no other. Even though the quality of these updates or sequels may be downgraded, they don't care, and opt to get as much out there as possible in order to stay relevant. In the process of pumping out all of these updates, they end up losing sight of what actually made their game special. A prime example of this, in my opinion, is Hello Neighbor. The first few alpha builds of Hello Neighbor were amazing and super unique, but then they began releasing more and more updates that made the game feel less like Hello Neighbor and just made it way too confusing in general. The game's initial spike in popularity got to their heads, and they forgot what their game was supposed to be about. By the time the game released, it was just a shell of what it once was. But Baldi didn't make this mistake. The developer knew that Baldi's Classic was only ever going to be a demo, and instead of rushing and adding a bunch of half-baked updates to a half-finished game, he opted to rework it and produce a fully fledged game, even if that meant that it would take years of consistent development. The developer slowed everything down and decided to go with quality over quantity, and that's why many people look back at Baldi's Basics very fondly. It didn't get overused or burnt out, it just simply came and went. Baldi's Basics had a graceful fall-off that kept the door open to future releases. I also want to point out that Baldi's Basics Classic and Classic Remastered are still free to play to this day, and Baldi's Basics Plus only costs $10 to buy. Only $10 and 8 years of development went into the game. Baldi's Basics Plus version 1.0 will be the final major update of Baldi's Basics Plus, and will likely come out later this year or early next year, and it'll be the culmination of that 8 years of consistent development. I think it'll really be something special. And as I said before, there is still a dedicated fanbase to Baldi's Basics, and the developer makes regular announcements regarding the progress of the game's development. And honestly, compared to the rest of the indie games that came out 8 to 10 years ago, this seems to be one of the healthiest ones. The fanbase is still decently sized, and even though the mainstream kind of forgot about it, there is still so much room for Baldi's Basics to come back in. So let me know if you're excited to play the full release of Baldi's Basics Plus. That's all for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, a like and sub would be truly appreciated, and comment down below what type of video you'd like to see next. See ya!
I love him so much because I just know damn well he's gonna roll his way off this goddamn.
I never suspected such things would be.
El gatito.
I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
That's my boy. No, my boy. Father L.
Okay. Okay.
Where's the trail?
He's being.
Just boiling some potatoes.
Oh shit, one of them fell on the floor. Come here.
È la moglie di Cappuccino Assassino.
A lo que yo vine fue a esto.
Three, two, one, and scammer gets scammed, buddy. That's what you get. You're not getting.
A lo que yo vine fue a esto.
Oh my God, my Shayla, my Shayla.
¿Cómo de verdad hay gente que todavía no entiende la puta vibra y jamás la entiende?
It looks like your roots are growing out. I think you're gonna need another bleach.
I am Baldy. Let's meet you. Bắt sự game sao anh nè. Let's remember.
Ne yapıyorsun?
在很久以前，仙界有一位与众不同的仙人，名叫哈基仙人。他不像其他仙人那样只会打坐，而是沉迷于研究。
Throughout all of modded Minecraft, Tinker's Construct remains one of the most popular of the old generation of mods, allowing players to not only create their own custom tools and weapons, but also giving them a new and innovative multi-block structure, the Tinker's Smeltery. I think at some point, the Tinker's Construct developers must have known that someone would push their mod to the limits, and with a server full of modded Minecraft veterans stuck in a Steam age, there was truly only one decision that we could make. So obviously, we built a smeltery from bedrock to world height. It all started on November 9th, 2025, when my teammate Flirbin was streaming and I was in the background, reworking our Tinker's Smeltery, which is a vital part of GTNH early game. While debating how large I wanted to build it, a viewer asked Flirbin, "Can you ask 9 to make it max height?" That would look quite unwieldy, and it would probably take up at least a week of work. And that was that.
Vous êtes arrivé à destination.
Until suddenly, it wasn't, after 2 back-to-back donations set us off on a legendary and unforgettable journey. Naturally, I hopped into VC immediately with the rest of the members online, Neurotic Goose, Duck, Soycake, and Mastiox, and said, "Holy moly, someone just donated $100 to have us build a world height smeltery. This is going to be an insane week." Neurotic Goose's response was, "Yeah, let's do it. Today." Somebody needs to restrain this guy. So off we went on our wild goose chase, looking through NEI and calculating the raw resource cost of all the grout and clay and sand. A max-size smeltery has an internal air gap of 7 by 7. This means that there are 4 outside walls, each 7 blocks, and there is one base layer of 49 blocks. To build from Y2 to build height, we would need 49 blocks at Y2 and 28 blocks from Y3 to Y255. That tallies us at a grand total of 7,105 blocks to build a smeltery. Using grout to make seared bricks, this would incur a cost of 21,312 sand, 21,312 gravel, and 14,208 clay dust. Resource cost aside, processing this would require several crafting steps repeated thousands of times, and a literal ocean of water, as water blocks in New Horizons are non-renewable. Duh. For some unknown reason, Goose had already taken it upon himself to mine out and store nearly 20,000 sand from a nearby quarry, so that was covered, but the rest would not have been easy. After realizing the full scope of the project, Duck stepped in to save the day. He had a method to build our smeltery faster than ever before, and that method was destroying the world. Now, wait a minute, let me break that down a little bit. In GTH, there's an obscure netherrack recipe that takes 9 netherrack and crafts it into 9 cobblestone. This enables a player to massively cut down on mining times when going for raw cobblestone throughput, as netherrack takes significantly less time to mine. By melting this nether cobblestone in a tinker smeltery, we could use the output to create seared stone, which was an accepted block for building our smeltery. This wasn't perfect, as each seared stone block would require 20 cobblestone blocks.
So 7,000 times 20, 140, 140,000? Cool. I hope you touch them like digging holes.
I love digging holes.
And with 7,105 smeltery blocks needed, we would need to mine and craft over 142,000 netherrack into cobblestone. This was a monumental task, but the increase in material cost came at the relief of processing speed. Seared bricks were a single-step, no-fuss recipe that could be scaled to our needs as we built our smeltery. So we got started, splitting into teams. Duct and I stayed in the overworld, building the seared stone processing infrastructure and constructing the smeltery, while Goose, Flirbin, Soycake, and Mastiox hopped into the nether to collect our 100,000 cobblestone. Duct and I quickly realized that an MV pump, a reward from completing loot games around the overworld, could be used to extract seared stone from a smeltery and distribute it to our casting basins. We began scaling up our setup and automating, all the while building up the smeltery in the background. The nether team, after strip mining at Y64 for a while, realized they could both prevent mob spawning and maximize netherrack by simply quarrying at bedrock level. This would also avoid ores, which would clog up the inventory and slow down mining speed. Both teams harmoniously worked for hours, cracking jokes at speed. Well, this would also avoid ores, which would clog...
I am Baldy, nice to meet you. Oh my god, my shit, I am Baldy, nice to meet you.
Clog up the inventory and slow down mining speed. Both teams harmoniously worked for hours, cracking jokes and optimizing strategies. And while this was happening, many funny hijinks ensued.
I really need to upgrade my passes and kit here.
Wait, is that you guys? What?
I'll be a second.
I was like, why are there wolves fighting a zombie right now? Hey man, I don't appreciate this shit. Oh my god.
We got him.
Can wolves climb ladders? That's the real question.
We can use gliders. Wait, are they wolves right
Holy
there?
shit! Get me out of here, bro. If you're curious about the stray dogs running around, you can again thank Duck. Several days prior, Duck had found an incredibly niche witchery ritual that could turn players into werewolves. This would have players shed their armor and uncontrollably turn into wolves under the light of a full moon. This led to many, many hilarious moments. One unfortunate sacrifice of the werewolf debacle was me, an innocent bystander. Somehow, the werewolf NPC had gotten loose and decided to attack me, and naturally, that meant that I had become infected and would forcibly be turned into a member of the pack. Another consequence of our road to the smeltery was something I like to call the nether backrooms, which was an incomprehensibly eerie 3-block tall room on the nether floor that stretched for unfathomable lengths. You guys are, yeah. It's
accessibility.
Nothing could have prepared me for this wasteland down here. What the
It's like insane.
And honestly, I didn't spend too long in there, as I didn't want to find out what lurked in the shadows. After 3 hours of riveting gameplay, cracking jokes, and mining netherrack, Flirbin placed the final blocks at Y255, solidifying our world record height smeltery. Alright, Flirbin, you do the honors.
I made it to the top. I thought I would never make it.
Can't split each other when we're taking the screenshot.
Yeah, no spleefing.
Wait, are we missing someone?
Yeah, I'm coming out. I'm coming out.
Wait for Duck to place the last. Oh, I guess that's it. The finished product was dubbed the Smeltery of Babel and can smelt over 12,000 items at once. The internal inventory was so large that we consistently lost items within the Smeltery controller to never be found again. Falling into the Smeltery was a death sentence, and poor Project Singularity members who fell in were also never to be found again.
That's very neat. No, you just punch me like 5 times. I just have anti-knockback.
Let me out, please.
I'm coming down to save you. This is actually such a funny video.
As the last celebrations of our achievement echoed through the server, we ended our streams and called it a night with a wonderful shared experience and a massive eyesore of an obelisk to remember it by. Would I do this again? Probably not. Am I glad that I did? Well, you and my frame rate are the only ones who can tell me. I hope you enjoyed this recap of one of my favorite moments of Project Singularity, and man, what a journey it has been. I need to thank and congratulate all of you for showing up and showing out in my streams. With your current support and the many new faces we've met along the way, I am well on the path to Twitch partner. As usual, my name is Nine, and I ask you to be...
1 or 2. 2. I'm hungry. Wait a minute.
International Women's Day, 4 and 5 trans women is happening this Saturday. We have a whole day of workshops, discussions, and community activities for and by trans women. This is such an exciting event. Ticket sales close this Wednesday. Don't miss out. We've also been receiving some questions about the event location. The location will be released 24 hours before the event happens, so keep an eye on those emails. If you haven't bought a ticket, don't wait. And to those who have bought a ticket, we're so excited to see you on the day. Thank you for supporting this event and for supporting the NW Legal Center. See you there.
So International Women's Day is just a bunch of men. Right.
I think we should start healing kids. And tell me, let us use whatever bathroom they want. Stop it. Get some help.
I feel like if you're dating someone, like the passion matter.
So let me ask you a question, just a quick question. If a man has a history of domestic violence, does his past matter?
Yeah.
Okay then, is there anything else you want to add to that?
But I'm saying, like, I wouldn't go digging into his, like, ex-relationships.
If you're told by a friend of yours that a man you were dating had a history of domestic violence, you wouldn't go digging, really?
I actually got told a lot about my current boyfriend. Like, people came up to me and were telling me things about him when we went out, and from seeing his character, like, I knew that that was just bullshit.
Okay, you didn't go poking around though?
I didn't need to, because I didn't care about what was happening previously.
What if you were told that he had a history of,
I just didn't do it. No.
The most insane update for a mod pack in Minecraft history. A massive undertaking by the development team and community members. The 2.7 update for Greg Tech New Horizons introduces 38 new multi-blocks and many quality of life changes, buffs, and nerfs that will dramatically change your grading experience. Please sit back, grab a snack, and let's take a look at what's to come with the 2.7 GTNH 10-year anniversary update. Note, there are hundreds of changes from 2.61 to 2.7. Not all changes are included in this video. In addition, many PRs have been linked in the description for the upcoming content. Let's start with Angelica, the alternative to Optifine for 1.7.10. Angelica has received major updates coming in the next version. The mod has received more compatibility, including limited shader support, such as Complementary, a favorite amongst GTNH players. Some additional features like zoom and connected textures will soon be available as well. The rewritten FTV utilities backup and chunk loading mod for GTNH server utilities has also received a prominent feature. You can now enable a config to only back up portions of your world that are chunk loaded. This will drastically reduce the size of the backup files saved to your instance or your server. This feature will be disabled by default, but you can enable it in the server utilities config when you update to 2.7. Active transformers no longer explode during structure check. Previously, a grace window existed for the player to hot swap patches on the running AT before an explosion would happen. This grace window operated on a global timer, which is completely random. 2.7 now changes this mechanic so that ATs will now power fail if the player is outside the structure check grace period. Happy hot swapping. On the same note, explosions now generate less pollution for all you pollution enjoyers out there. Due to a typo from years ago, machines generated 2 million gigabytes instead of the intended 100k. This has been fixed in 2.7 along with several config changes. P2P interfaces will no longer show in the interface terminal. This will clean up many interfaces you see when scrolling for patterns linked to the original P2P. The Holo projector has received a massive update in 2.7. Now players can use the channel GT_no_hatch with value 1 to disable any GT hatches from being placed on a multi-block. In previous iterations, the Holo projector would pull random hatches and buzzes from your ME system and place them randomly on the desired multi-block. This change will now make building lines and multi-blocks faster, as you won't have to deal with trying to find any random hatches on your machine. Data orbs have gained an additional functionality in 2.7. You can now use them to copy hatches from multi-block to multi-block. This will drastically eliminate the spam of configuring every stocking input bus or hatch for circuit assembly lines and regular and advanced assembly lines. In combination with the ring of Loki, setting up parallel multi-blocks will be a breeze. A backport of a new feature from modern AE, a blue light, has been added to cells within ME chests and drives to indicate if a cell can accept a new item and type. This changes the previous behavior of the green light, which previously indicated acceptance of a new item and type, to now showing if the cell is empty. Orange and red lights have remained the same. The toaster from Cooking for Blockheads has been fixed to sit correctly on top of the counters. In previous versions, the toaster would float, dismaying many players. Everyone can now build their kitchens peacefully, knowing this design flaw has been fixed. Frame boxes are no longer tile entities when placed down in world. They will retain their functionality for covers, but you builders out there who want to build an entire room out of frame boxes can do so without fear of large-scale TPS issues. Circuits can now be converted into their any tier you would have seen in NEI previews. Previously, this feature indicated that you could put any circuit you could craft into the recipe, whether that was crystal processors or quantum computers, etc. Now, using forming press, the any circuit item can be used in those same recipes. This will reduce time spent changing recipes when switching to a new circuit.
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now. Anything else?
This upcoming update has nerfed the Flight Potion and other open blocks potions. Previously, you could use any mob trophy for any recipe, including the popular early game creative Flight Potion. This has now been fixed to require the correct trophy for the right potion. The large Ascenta generator, large processing factory, and processing array have all been deprecated in 2.7. This means you will no longer be able to craft the controllers. However, if you had them made before you updated, then you will still be able to use them if you desire. Deprecation on these multis will exist for 2.7, and the complete removal will occur in 2.8, meaning they will be removed entirely from the pack. 07 to these multi-blocks, they will be missed. Raw ores have now been added to the pack. If you played modern versions of Minecraft, you'll notice this change mimics new iterations, including the same texture. The ores are crush variants and will slot into your current and future ore processing. All variants of ores from different dimensions will produce the same raw variant. In 2.7, two recipes have been moved from oil cracker to fluid heater, affecting your existing bauxite line and platinum line. This is a line-breaking change, and you'll have to update your existing setup to reflect this new recipe. There was no fluid heater multi-block when the oil cracker recipes were implemented prior. This change made sense to implement because of the updates to the code base and how recipes are now loaded, as it's more accurate than its previous iteration. There were significant changes to the output hatch and output bus ME versions. Before 2.7, these blocks cached items and fluids infinitely, meaning setting them up on a multi-block let them buffer any amount forever. This is no longer the case. Now, the ME versions require a storage cell to be inputted in the GUI of the block, and it will only store content up to the maximum amount that the storage cell can hold. This will remove infinite caching until the endgame, when you can make singularity cells. However, any output hatches and output bus MEs placed before you update will keep their infinite caching capability. So if you want to have that feature for a bit longer, you can pre-place down hatches and buses before you update. 2.7 introduces a significant rework to turbines. Fast mode is no longer an option. All turbines now support loose fitting and get similar functionality as fast mode from the rebalanced loose flow formula. Based on efficiency, this exponential formula allows very large flow rates with high tier turbines. The PR link below goes into the exact formula changes and includes a hyperlink to the dense steam PR, another change to how turbines work in 2.7. This means that for the player, you'll have to change around your power spine in 2.7 to account for the new way turbines work. A new GT cover has been added for increased functionality to single block machines that utilize molds. Intended for the alloy smelter and extruder, players can now create 3 different covers: basic with 9 slots, good with 12 slots, and advanced with 15 slots that will hold exactly one of each cover for ease of access. This eliminates the need for a supply chest nearby to house your molds, requiring you to simultaneously navigate between inventories to extrude or alloy smelt multiple items. A new sound P2P type has been added to the pack. The P2P can proxy sounds generated in the block space, which is pointed at all P2Ps connected to the same frequency. Its functionality works with no blocks, jukeboxes, pistons, and block placing and breaking. Additionally, an electric jukebox with multiple features has also been created for the LV to IV tiers. Some examples include automating music discs with shuffle and repeat mode, and seamless playback to the client between logging out and changing dimensions. High-tier fluid storage cells are now cheaper in 2.7. Previously, making any fluid storage above 64K required infinity plates, which was at a minimum in the UV tier. This has now been reworked to allow the player to make 256K and above in the early stages of the middle game. Output buses can now be locked to a single item. This can be utilized in various chem lines and grants you the ability to prioritize the output of a recipe to a concentrated item rather than dealing with the whole totality. The higher tiers of NAC fuel have been reworked to add some alternate recipes and a new one-step MK4 fuel recipe, which should reduce the spam of MK3 plus MK4 refineries. This buff is significant for endgame, as players who utilize this power source can scale more effectively throughout the later tiers before they reach the endgame power sources of Antimatter and Eye of Harmony. The research station has now been changed to include a scanner mode. In previous versions, you have to continuously upgrade the scanner single block to account for the long recipe scan times. Now you can switch the mode on a research station with a screwdriver and improve scanning speed times with multi-amp or laser target hatches in the endgame. Laser hatches have been reworked in 2.7 to reflect a more standardized approach to providing power tier base and multi-blocks. Laser hatch amperage now starts at 256 amp in IV and unlocks 1 new amperage every tier. To keep tiering consistent, UMB and UXV gain a 4 million amp hatch variant, while UXV 16 million amp hatch also gets added. The newly reworked laser hatches can also be customized by screwdriver to accurately provide exact amperage to multi-blocks, giving more control to the player regarding how they want to distribute power around their base. A new laser mirror item has been added, allowing you to bend lasers without building an active transformer. The laser mirror is only for bending a laser in different directions, but will not transfer power into a multi-block. Doing so will still require building an active transformer. A new infinite spray can has been added that holds all the colors you need to spray ME and power cables. Tiered to UHV, this can is made in the Dire crafting table. The spray can be locked to a specific color. Functionality includes left clicking to change the color when unlocked and middle clicking to pick a color for an already sprayed item. The infinite spray can also remove paint from sprayed items and has built-in Ring of Loki support. The Mega Vacuum Freezer has acquired some upgrades in 2.7. With new tiers called Subspace Cooling, the MVF undergoes a minor structure change to allow the freezer to be 8 times faster than usual. 3 cooling fluids, space-time, spatially enlarged fluid, and molten eternity provide 1, 2, and 3 perfect overclocks, respectively. The quantum computer has been reworked to benefit players using higher tier circuits. Higher computation setups are unlocked as a player climbs the voltage tiers. This means changing all rack components, adding values to optical circuits and the cooling core, previously valid items, and reworking the equations. The PR link below goes more in depth about the equations and stable rack setups you may want to use for all your computations post 2.7. Post UMB, quantum computers can also be upgraded to provide wireless computation. The output hatch uploads this computation to your team's wireless network, which multiple members can join. You can specify how much computation you want to pull from the network. In addition, databanks can be upgraded to store a wireless data stick network for your ASLines and AALs. Multiple changes and additions have been made for resource and material usage post UEV. Proto-Halconite steel, initially made out of Infinity and eventually utilizing the Godforge, is now the base for recipes in UIV. Using Infinity as a base will reduce the spam of Infinity in the endgame and give players new materials for challenges that must be solved. A new fluid, dimensionally shifted super fluid, replaces lubricant and component recipes to reflect the overall pattern into a new material category. The PR of these changes also includes recipes and additions for tier 8 water line, a down tier of plasma mixer and deep dark portal, and the addition of alternate metastable open fusion recipes that allow the player to have some variance and choice for how they want to tackle the enormous amount needed to get started. A new mode, Convergence, has been added to the Reach Transcendent plasma page. This changes the multi-block switch mode, encouraging the use of the discount mechanic. When convergence is active, the DTPF gains perfect overclock with the catch that the power from previous imperfect OCs gets added to the process recipe as an increased catalyst input. In addition, the output residue amount scales proportionally to the tier and amount of catalyst added to the recipe. The plasma mixer has been given a GUI that controls the number of parallels the machine can utilize. Previously, circuit stacking was used to give the plasma mixer more parallels, but this has been removed for a new mechanic that will give the player more control. As I mentioned in the intro, 38 new multis have been added to 2.7. Thank you to the many devs and community members who spent countless hours putting these together so that we could have a better GTNH experience. Let's start with Steam. There are 5 brand new Steam multi-blocks and a new water pump that you can use in the Steam tier to go along the previous mainstays of the grinding structure. In addition to these new multis, they each have a second tier that can be unlocked by changing the casings from bronze to steel. Each of these multis base tier has a parallel of 8, which will increase to 16 with steel casings, giving you a nice boost to early game production at the cost of investment of resources. The brewery now has a multi-block. With the processing array's deprecation, multis were added to the final single blocks that players use in a PA to gain any sort of parallel. This multi-block is unlockable in HV, is 50% faster than a single block at the same voltage, and will gain an additional 4 parallels per voltage tier. The TurboCan Pro is a new multi for the fluid canner and canning machine. It can do both fluid and item recipes with the screwdriver switching the mode. This multi-block has 200% the speed of a single block at the same voltage and will gain 8 parallels per voltage tier. With the deprecation of a large processing factory, multiple multis were built to replace the functionality of the 9-in-1. The large fluid extractor, an EV tier multi, is the first on the list we'll talk about. This multi is 50% faster than single block machines at the same voltage and will only use 80% of the EU normally required. However, included is the addition of solenoids, which give this multi-block parallels. The higher solenoid tier, the more parallels you will get. Additionally, every coil tier gives a 10% speed bonus and 10% EU discount. Energy hatch is limited by glass tier, and UEV glass will unlock all. The fluid shaper is the next multi to be added. The fluid shaper has 2 modes, fluid suffocation and tool casting. Like its predecessor, the LPF, you can also use solidifier hatches to hold different molds. The fluid shaper at maximum is 200% faster than the single block equivalent and will decay at double the rate that it speeds up at. At base, it starts with 4 parallels and will gain additional 3 parallels per width expansion and multiplied by voltage tier. Tool casting mode is a multi-block equivalent to the tool caster single blocks, which makes single-use tools such as the wrench and crowbar for molecular assembly recipes. 2 new tiers of dedicated compressor multi-block have been added. First, an EV is a stock standard compressor. The large electric compressor is now available. Later, this multi will upgrade into the hot isostatic pressurization unit with its own set of unique mechanics and recipes available. Eventually, you can craft the pseudo-stable black hole containment field, or black hole compressor for short. This endgame multi allows for improved singularity recipes and specific ones used in Godforge. A new mechanic, black hole stability, is introduced, which requires the player to use a black hole activation catalyst to allow the multi-block to run. The black hole will slowly decay over time, with recipes running providing additional 25% slower decay and molten spacetime, halting the process altogether. Increased parallels are enabled when the stability is below certain thresholds, but be careful, if the black hole becomes unstable, it will void all the inputs for recipes that require it. Additionally, a dedicated neutronium compressor was also added to deprecate the aging avaricious single blocks that cannot meet modern GTNH demands. The high-intensity laser engraver is the next multi to help replace the now deprecated LPF. The multi is steered by borosilicate glass, which is forced, and the parallels are determined by the laser source hatch. However, this machine does not accept laser or multi-amp hatches. The source hatch only dictates how many parallels the machine does, but will still require regular energy hatches to operate. The precision industrial lathe is up next. With this new multi-block, a new tiering system, item pipe casings have been added. The higher tier, the better the resources that it can process. From the example on the tooltip, black plutonium casings, which is a boost of 4 plus HV voltage, reduces processing time to 57% of the recipe, making the machine 175% faster than its single block counterpart. The new multi-autoclave, based loosely on images from IRL large-scale autoclaves, follows the same tiering structure as the lathe from before. Each additional upgrade to the item pipe casing tier can process 12 items, and then energy consumption is reduced with higher fluid pipe tiers. Additionally, each coil level makes the machine 25% faster than the single block autoclave of the same voltage. And finally, the last multi to replace the functionality of the LPF is a polarizer and electromagnetic separator. The magnetic flux exhibitor is a unique multi which requires an electromagnet in a specific housing in order to run recipes. The better the electromagnet you use, the better bonuses you will receive. With the Tengum electromagnet, Tengum being a resource in large demand in the late game that uses the separator function of this multi, you will be allowed to use multi-amp patches. The wormhole generator is a new way to transfer EU wirelessly with minimal loss. It needs an AE2 singularity to link 2 wormholes together and will transfer as much EU as possible between each laser hatch and laser source pair. A new way to
I have a
make
new
wafers has made its way to
offense.
2.7. The beamline is a set of 4 multis that can be combined to produce and transform subatomic particles. This line is inspired by real-world particle physics, and the multi-blocks for this line reflect that sentiment. The idea of the beamline is to have an expandable system with an additional challenge for any late-game items that may have a connection to particle physics. The process is as follows. You create
Hold up,
electrons
so
in a
let's say
source
if I
chamber using an
case-
electrode item and EU per tick. The second step will be accelerating the electrons with a linear accelerator, or LINAC, to
What
increase
is a
the
switch?
After that, you will put them through the same
Okay,
controller
go.
to create high-energy photons. Finally,
Whoops,
you
it
will use
was
these
fell.
photons combined with the progression The benefit of setting up the line ever of the large amount of resources you get versus the standard laser engraver recipe.
I love the
The new and
machines.
reworked water line allows you to produce 8 tiers of purified water, starting at LUV and scaling to Stargate. It features 8 unique multi-blocks in a 32 cubed area around the main controller structure, with increasingly complex automation challenges unlike anything you've seen before in GTNH. These will have you push the limits of your Redstone, SFM, or open computer skills to create setups for purified water successfully. In addition to the new challenges, over 15 beautiful and new casing blocks, new textures, and custom NEI artwork have been added to complement each process. This line is complete rebalance of purified water to make it more relevant to all game stages, with complete lore entries to immerse yourself fully in water purification. Antimatter is a new scaling power generation option available in
Oh,
UID,
really?
providing an alternative to Dyson spheres and Aqua fuels. Antimatter is created using the new semi-stable antimatter stabilization sequencer, or antimatter forge, which introduces a unique automation challenge. Energy is extracted by annihilating antimatter in the shielded Lagrangian
It's so cool.
matrix, with various molten metals generating enormous amounts of EU in large bursts. The forge can use multiple tier fluids to boost production, allowing antimatter energy to scale as you go up the tiers to the Stargate. The Forge of the Gods, aka Godforge, or Gorge, is a megastructure designed to use the raw power of an artificial neutron star to fulfill all late-game
Big Mac cheeseburger, Big Mac Whopper.
It is a massive multi-block with 1 to 3 rings spinning around a neutron star and a focusing area containing space elevator-esque modules across the solar spectrum. Most of this multi-block's power and scaling potential stems from an extensive upgrade tree, featuring 31 unique upgrades that grant various bonuses, from simple speed boosts to new mechanics such as special overclocks. These upgrades can be unlocked by spending graviton shards, a currency gained by reaching certain milestones in the forge. There are 4 types of modules, which are gradually unlocked by expanding.
Progress, because we need EMC, EMC, and EMC, like 5 mil, that's it. Never mind, 1 mil. Tungsten steel. 100 get tungsten. Is that tungsten ore? I love it doesn't show. I love. I don't have a mod, sadly. But at least now we have infinity. Now, although it's not elite. This world is starting with at all. Wood juice. Yep. We're not getting Big Bertha anytime soon. That's how I say this. That's no say this. Come on. Give me charge. Sit. That's charge, right? No. God. Whoa! Don't put this shit. There's so many. Yeah. Boy, let's eat it. Everyone go some fun around, let's get this party started. Recently walking here on his furniture, but shopping. I looked there, but out of dancing, walk. Here in front, the bad best shopping. I looked there, but I don't know what I am saying. I just hit them, man. It's so hard that it's lagging. Like, it's not what they're buying. I didn't know you watched something. Look, dude. No. I am body. Let's meet that.
If you've heard of Minecraft, you've likely heard of Hermitcraft, one of the longest standing SMPs filled with content creators from around the globe. But have you ever wondered what would happen if we took a bunch of Minecraft content creators and threw them into GregTech New Horizons, one of modded Minecraft's most complicated packs? Introducing Project Singularity, the very first GTNH SMP of its kind, with an Avengers level team up of superstar content creators from all walks of modded Minecraft. My name is Nine, and in this video, I'm going to tell you about a little bit of history in the modded Minecraft community.
Ready to...
Classic mode.
No, not fuck. How are you still alive, gang? Nibs?
Can I craft this? Oh my god, I have to put everything. Like this?
Ethan,
What?
do you wanna play Fractured Opelus?
The fuck is Fractured Opelus?
Basically, it has A2, all the ores and more. It's kind of like all the mods, but if it had like Space Bay and other shit.
Do you know ATM 9 has Ad Astra?
Let me check. It's actually a small mod pack. It has only 196 mods.
Can we try to play 1.0.10?
Ew.
Did you join back after leaving? I didn't know you left.
No, it's just it keeps removing me for some reason.
Look my live. I have something pretty dumb I found.
Why do you have a pickaxe on your head?
Oh, they're just hats.
You know what? I'm gonna play Project Overpowered.
Like, look, I have offhand. Like. I love offhand in 1.0.10. Who is Kim Station? Conquest.
I'm conquesting it.
You can't say that. What the fuck is that? I love hearing it and not hearing it at the same time.
I just.
Alright, what we gonna play, gamer?
It's a game called Hello Neighbor What?
Dolphin. Crab. Octopussy. Squid. Atum sahur.
Climbing. What the f-
Why the fuck is Thrag on Earth?
Are you watching on YouTube Shorts?
No, I'm watching TikTok on my phone.
Why?
I hate watching on my computer because I have to click with my mouse. Bang, 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 till I take you down, 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 down. I want you in the world. Whoever uses the cry emoji wants a Tuesday girlfriend who beats them 24/7 by kicking, punching you every time you compliment her, and always hides the fact they like it. Y'all are so weird, bro. Like, genuinely. And then proceeds to send 20 cry emojis, by the way.
Ah, yes, I have a fucking chainsaw that just went through damage. And also that's loud. Alright, time fat has been disabled for your own safety.
Oh, shut the.
I can't fly anything on this backpack. I can't even do a Lycra. Okay. We have everything I see with my hands.
Oh, shooting!
Ruby. Here's a wild dragon for testing. Testing. Dirty damage and I'm dying. Let's go kill the boss. That's not fire apparently. That has 3,000 durability. But no. Lucky block. Wow, so lucky. Diamond. Oh my god, I'm so low.
Personne n'échappe au passager.
Mining copper and coal.
which would be equally important for the upcoming Industrial Revolution. To be exact, I would need a few hundred copper and at least 1,000 coal in order to never have to mine again for the next few days. So after doing a little bit of mining in this seemingly endless cave system sponsored by Young's Better Caves, I was now finished with mining, and my backpack was stuffed with several technology-critical elements ranging from silver to lead to osmium to even more coal. Now it was time to double it all into ingots, using the smeltery. Too bad it was too minuscule to handle this sudden wave of ores. So it was time to create the advanced smeltery V2MK3 Generation 4. Here's how. I could melt my infinite supply of cobblestone into molten but seared bricks. Casting these would create 3 infinite real seared bricks. These could be assembled into seared bricks, which could be used to vertically expand the smeltery, which would increase the maximum amount of substances I could destroy at the same time. However, horizontal expansion was also possible. Therefore, it happened. This 5x5 smeltery now had 5 faucets all simultaneously and automatically casting objects feeding into this chest. The final improvement I did was to make an input system because I was too lazy to shift-click something every 30 seconds. Now, all I had to do was shift-click something every 10 minutes. And that something was osmium, as well as nickel and iron. But when molten nickel and iron touch, they give birth to Inver. And all of these were being cast into multitudinous ingots. With this, I was now ready to get into the first technological age, which was based on immersive engineering, a truly immersive modification that I had trolled previously on this propaganda outlet. A modification where I must create massive machines and feed them energy and raw materials to produce some not raw materials. But the final roadblock preventing me from achieving my first machine was myself. Here is an explanation of what I just said. The first 2 machines to kickstart the Industrial Revolution were the Coke Oven and Blast Furnace. Both of these needed osmium, Inver, and bloodied stone. And bloodied stone needed blood. And blood can be obtained by smelting myself. So it was time for an act of heroic self-sacrifice. I ascended to the edge of my seared altar before casting myself into the lake of molten osmium and Inver. This gave about 200 milliliters of blood, which is approximately 1.25 blood meatballs. So according to my calculations, I would have to die about 40 more times. And in order to save 0.5 seconds per death, I set my spawn point to the edge of the molten I go by lots of names pit. And then I proceeded to speedrun dying 40 times. But of course, even when I am approaching my final moment, the game still found ways to be annoying. Because every time I died, the game gave me a paper memorial. This was the most useless duplication glitch of all time, and it appears I could not even have peace in the afterlife. And it appears that I could not even have peace in the next life, because the game created a gravestone inside the smeltery, which broke the entire thing, since smelteries were supposed to be hollow, and were not capable of smelting graveyards. After accumulating 594 death lists, I got bored and started reading them. But then I noticed that the NBT data...
I'm not neither. I'm not a crew member or an imposter. I'm actually a human being.
Death list contained all the previous death lists. All the previous death lists contained all the previous death lists before that, leading to a combinatoric explosion with only one outcome. A chunk. Then, to avoid this, I stuffed all the inventory lists.
No, I did hear your question correctly. I'm not neither. I'm not crew member or imposter. I'm not from space, dude. I'm not on the spaceship. I'm on Earth.
Last, I now had 5 liters of blood, which were all casted into bloody meatballs to be used in the Industrial Revolution.
I'm from
This
Earth.
is where
Earth, planet Earth.
actually becomes useful. While I was smelting clay into bricks and smelting 600
Yes.
iron ore into 1.2 kilo iron ingots, I used
Yes,
all
pretty
the
cool.
hot blood, obsidian, ingot,
Really?
osmium,
That sounds
and
dope.
bricks to create the coke-oven bricks and
It's
blast
pretty, you know, it's pretty chill on Earth, you know what I'm saying? It's alright, you know, it's nothing like space, you can't float in the air, nothing like that, you know, you're pretty much stuck on the ground, unless you like fly a plane or something like that, but you know, it's pretty cool, you know what
There
I
were
mean?
also a few ancient
Yeah.
pillars in the middle of the base
Thanks.
now, which were incorporated into the overall aesthetic or something. This gave enough room for me to build 3 coke ovens, and a singular blast furnace. The next step was absolute torture, because it involved the game mechanic known as waiting and staring at something. Putting coal into coke ovens would create coal coke, which took 50 seconds. With this time, I could have eaten a handful of almonds, eaten a handful of berries, or witnessed 2 violent crimes. Instead, I had to wait and do nothing. However, with 3 coke ovens, I obtained 1 coke per 17 seconds. And with 1 coke and 1 iron ingot, I could create 1 steel ingot in the blast furnace every 60 seconds. The problem wasn't a lack of resources. I already had 1 kilo iron. The problem was the fact that this furnace was wasting huge amounts of time.
But if I upgraded this and gave it electricity, this would be reduced to 20 seconds. So this became my immediate goal. Speedrunning getting the improved blast furnace, using all methods necessary. And I mean all. Upon closer inspection, it appears that the production of coke has a byproduct of creosote oil. This was indeed what happened in reality according to BuzzFeed, which proved just how immersive engineering was. And this wood shall be trolled by covering in creosote oil. This unfortunately did not cause them to fly when it was raining. However, I could create the engineer's workbench from treated wood, which was basically a fancier crafting table for making machine parts for the upcoming advanced machines. And as a reward for completing this quest, I got a staircase, and a seemingly useless chair wand. This chair wand could create invisible entities wherever I clicked, and I could sit on these. Of course, the original intention of this chair wand was to allow me to turn anything into a chair, but when I say I could turn anything into a chair, I meant it. The wand created the chair entities no matter where I right-clicked, and this included making rideable entities on walls instead of floors. I had invented the wall.
AFK.
Homer drops his donut dough. Homer spills his soda dough. Homer hits the doorway dough. Homer ruins his whole day dough. Every little slip, every little pain, same old story again and again. Homer falls.
Don't script yourself. Some formula. Many pauses. Sonic Universe might also be classified as hot heaven. There's such a mess of very beautiful women that it'll make you love the franchise more.
Homer drops his donut dough. Homer spills his soda dough.
E. En kom maar eens even. Don't. 6 mundis. Bah. -3. I am Bonnie. Nice to meet you. Had fun in the pool. Pork. Porcupine. I'm Bonnie. Nice to meet you. It's still hot. Damn! Yeah. Give me some air shards. I am Bali, nice to meet you. Me, go test it. Somebody or that's me. Oh, you having I am Baldy. Nice to meet you. Test it. Somebody. Boy, girl, come on now, let's get this party started. I hate the trees that like the red box trees from that show. The block of diamonds. Penguin. Why did I get it? All that shovel. It's clipping. Lux. Yeah. Lux went ex hotel. I win paper. Alrighty. Oh. What? Driving tool. And then this. There's actually trees everywhere, so can I learn an LV transformer? Oh, they use durability. I don't know how to use Time Lab though. Look, I'm putting it in. not power. No. Nope. Okay, what title in that? So. What did I make? I made Jellum. I made Void. Magic. Kane. That ain't bad. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. No, I need steady man. I get in the water though. Truth teller. Let's get an EMP. There we go. The goggles are revealing. There we go, the goggles are revealing. Boys and girls dancing and walking. How much progress have we done? Magic. We got magic.
Wall chair. It was at this moment that I decided to perform further experimentation with this chair wand, and I found that it had absolutely zero cooldown. I could basically turn the chair wand into a ladder wand by spamming right click on walls with it, causing me to basically ride my way up to the top of any challenging vertical climb. And this chair wand can be used to easily escape sticky situations by creating an entity that I could teleport to. Further testing reveals that on flat surfaces, the wand was even more overpowered. By using a right click auto clicking application, I could travel rapidly by auto clicking, placing chairs and sitting in chairs to create an infinite link of teleportation that sent me rapidly in one direction. This could be referred to as a divine journey, but that was later on. The problem was getting down, and I regret to conclude that the chair wand MLG was impossible. But further testing will be delayed until a few minutes later. I had gotten distracted from what I came here to do, which was to compose the water wheel. This was simply made from a bit of steel and a lot of treated wood. But why make one wheel when I could make three? Obviously these water wheels create electricity simply by rotating, and it rotates when you create a sideways waterfall.
I don't understand.
Which is basically a river on top of it. But these wheels must be connected to a kinetic dynamo to convert its rotation into electricity, using Faraday's law of induction or something. And this dynamo is assembled from an unusually high concentration of copper. I consumed a stack of copper, about one hammer, and a shear just so I could make one coil for the dynamo. This was because using these hand tools was extremely material inefficient. But by using the metal press, this will cut our federal spending in half. So the metal press will be the next machine I will create, which will be powered by the water wheel. But in order to transfer power, I will also need wire connectors, which were simply made from terracotta and even more steel. Now that I had everything to invent electricity, it was time to copy this tutorial from making the theoretical max efficiency water wheel setup, which involves covering 70% of the whole wheel in water. Contrary to popular belief, this will not cause the water wheel to fly, which is a good thing. But I had been betrayed, because after copying this diagram into the real world, the water wheel did absolutely nothing. Therefore, it was not working. It was now time for the second most engaging game mechanic in immersive engineering, which was to randomly break stuff and randomly click stuff until the machine begins to work. This engaging game mechanic is present throughout approximately 50% of immersive engineering. This was truly immersive. As it turns out, the culprit of the May 2023 water wheel disaster were these dirt blocks over here. Once I annihilated these, the wheel began to rotate, and the dynamo began to produce electricity. This was an epic win. Now it was time to make the metal press. This needed a few industrial machinations. including engineering blocks. These were made of engineering parts, which needed blueprints, which needed paper. So it was now time for an epic conquest for sugarcane. I attempted to use the chair wand to rapidly traverse the world, but this did not go well. This was due to the existence of the arch nemesis of the infinite chair creator, which were known as trees. The wand would inevitably send me riding into a tree, causing me to suffocate, wasting 5 seconds of spamming the shift key to escape this wooden prison. So I decided to walk like a normal person. After creating the blueprints using lapis, paper, and some more steel, I used even more steel and osmium, as well as the blueprint and this engineering table, to create a few steel and iron components. These, along with some metallic alloy constructs, pistons, and even more steel, would create the engineering blocks. Some notable mentions include conveyor belts and steel frames. Once all of these were created, I placed all of these blocks down in a specific arrangement to form what is known as a multi-block machine. Smashing this with a hammer results in the metal press being activated. Unfortunately, victory had not been achieved yet. The metal press needed molds to actually press things into shapes, so I used even more steel to create perhaps the usefulest mold in the history of molding and even more steel, plate molds. After attaching this to the press, it was now time for the final part of the gaming plan. I shall use the wire connectors and some copper wire to connect the water wheel to the metal press in order to power it. But then, nothing happened. Apparently, the power was not being transferred. It was now time for the third most engaging part of immersive engineering gameplay, figuring out why the system won't work, which could be 58,458 different reasons that were not talked about anywhere. After 5 minutes of doing random things, including breaking and replacing the water wheels, the system finally decided to work, and the metal press was now powered. I had now unlocked the ability to make plates from 1 ingot, instead of 2 ingots. This will make industrialization much cheaper. Now it was time to begin making massive amounts of iron plates, steel plates, and copper plates. These would be crafted into external heaters, and would be combined with the blast furnace bricks to create the blast furnace bricks, but even better. Now all of this would be combined together in a semi-cuboid structure to create the new and improved upgraded blast furnace V2 MK3. By using some more copper wires and wire connectors, I used the power of the water wheel to power the external heaters to speed up the blast furnace, to make even more steel. Now, it theoretically took 20 seconds now instead of 60 seconds, but both were unbearably long. Based on this empirical evidence, I have come to the conclusion that there was no noticeable improvement. The only thing I could do now was to make more of these to parallelize industrialization, but I did not feel like smelting myself 40 more times for more bricks. So what I should now was place hoppers everywhere so I could automatically input coal and output coke and input iron and coke and output steel. Then I put in 1 kilo iron and kilo coal to make 1 kilo steel. This system could basically run forever, so I went to go do other stuff. It was now time to focus on the second questline, starting with Baycock's book. This was involved creating the aforementioned illegal herb farm, which involves the infamous magic mod known as roots. I had no idea why this was in the game, but it was necessary for industrial progress, and I was waiting for 1 kilo steel to initiate phase 2 of my industrialization. So it was time to speed run the entirety of roots to get all of the items I needed, which were the scarab thingies and some other flowers. Stage 1 of roots begins with collecting a bunch of nature-themed items, but I had a head start since I already accumulated several species, phylum, and genus of nature from my beginning explorations. So it was time for the real stage 1, which was to turn these natural items into a bunch of random ritual altars, which could combine some more natural items to make advanced random items. Thankfully this did not need even more steel. After using Baycock's bow to murder this root, I smelted myself 10 more times for more blood meatballs for more bloodied stone. The murdered root was sprinkled on top of this to create the pyre, and on this pyre, I sacrificed some tree bark, stone, and moss, and burned everything to create the charred stone. With this, it was now time to breed about 8 different flowers using a bunch of random objects. This would require exploration, so it was time to use the chair wand to speed run finding everything. On the mini-map, I detected that there was a swamp somewhere northwest, so it was time to get to teleporting there. Before I knew it, I found myself in the great northwest swamp, and I was here to burglarize lily pads from the water. Now it was time to return to base to smelt the lily pads with some crushed flowers and sugar and other neurological constructs to invent the Dugonia species. This was the predecessor to the cloudberry, which needed blue orchids, so it was time to use this trail of invisible chairs to auto-click my way back there without losing much hunger, since sitting in chairs did not burn calories. After collecting these orchids, I was now able to smelt these along with wool, grass, and other natural constructs to construct the cloudberry, but I only said I was able to craft it, and I will not actually perform the craft, because making the cloudberry would consume the Dugonia. Thankfully, I could grow infinite Dugonia by using agriculture. Too bad these only grew on elemental soils because these were so-called magical flowers and blah blah blah, so it was time to put the flower conquest on hold. I went underground to subject myself to inhumane conditions to mine amethysts, garnet, and opal. I passed by several metric tons of iron ore, and it took several metric tons of restraint to not let the intrusive thoughts lead me towards the red circles and click on them. With all these gems, I was instructed by the quest line to make this magical wooden protrusion in this rather oddly shaped protrusion of stone, called a grove. This was needed to cast a spell that was super important, the Grove Supplication Ritual, and this decade's biggest mystery was how to activate the so-called Grove Supplication Ritual, because there is no information in this at all except from an obscure PNG that you click on in J. After absorbing this knowledge, I performed the ritual, and my grove was now slightly more yellow. This grove allowed me to do the third kind of ritual, the Fey Ritual, because apparently, communicating with the Great Lakes Forest spirits in
What the fuck is this?
Episode 1 wasn't enough.
You're done.
This is the best mod pack you never played. Imagine a world where you can engineer entire factories, harness the power of nuclear reactors, and explore a vast world of technology, all packaged up with the pure nostalgia of classic Minecraft. Sounds like a fever dream? Well, it exists, or at least it did, and it's called Tekkit Classic. Before there was Sky Factory, before FTB, and long before the CurseForge takeover, one mod pack defined an era of modern Minecraft. At a time when modding was still finding its feet, Tekkit Classic brought together a collection of mods that transformed the game into a technological masterpiece. Despite its groundbreaking impact, Tekkit Classic often flies under the radar in discussions about influential mod packs. Newer, more flashy packs have taken the spotlight, leaving Tekkit Classic as a once cherished memory for those who experienced it in its glory days. But why is it worth remembering, and what made it actually stand out in the first place? In fact, back then there weren't many tech mod packs like nowadays, with mods like Industrial Craft, Buildcraft, and Equivalent Exchange. Players could automate mining, create intricate machinery, and even dabble in some alchemy. It wasn't just about the survival and exploration at its core, it also challenged players to think bigger, to build smarter, and dream wider. Beyond the tech and magic, Tekkit Classic's real magic lays in its community. Servers dedicated to the mod pack became hubs of collaboration, competition, and learning. From massive player-run factories protected by force field bubbles to intricate trading systems and security solutions, the community around Tekkit Classic turned it from a simple game mod into a multiplayer phenomenon, hatching one of the most legendary factions experiences of all time. The PvP aspect of this mod pack was also what added extra tension, especially in the faction servers. You could spend literal hours progressing with your friends, only to get raided by some kid exploiting or boating his way through your wall, and then you find yourself killed time and time over again by players clad in nanosuit armor until your faction points were low enough for them to actually loot everything and destroy what was left of your base. Or you could donate on pay-to-win servers and instantly get full red matter armor to decimate everyone with little to no effort. The two main armor sets to work towards here were Quantum and Gemstone. Gemstone was like a god set, giving you full flight mode and some of the invulnerabilities and bonuses, but it was mostly banned or outlawed on the majority of servers, whereas Quantum was the biggest grind to acquire it, but once you were a full powered set, you were nearly indestructible. You could use the condenser to duplicate any item you desired after you'd spent a ton of time trying to get dark matter and red matter, and then once you built it, you could enjoy the fruits of your labor. Or use the transmutation tablet to transmogrify items. There were so many things to do in this mod pack, not to mention the OP furnaces that smelt things super quick. There was a whole bunch of work and time put into actually getting somewhere, but once you did, it was smooth sailing from there. Now Tekkit Classic may not have the same active playbase that it once did, but its legacy lives on through mod packs like Tekkit Classic Reborn, which aim to recreate the same experience. Even the more recent Tekkit 2, which kind of emulates the same vibe but on newer versions, and with a bunch of new mods that weren't in the original. For Minecraft veterans though, it's a nostalgic reminder of the game's limitless potential and the power of collaboration to build something amazing together. And for me, who's not really even a big PvP player, I was just enthralled with the PvP aspect of this mod pack. And I had so many great times back in the day with my friends on this mod pack, and I also ran many of my own servers even before I was established on YouTube. It's more than deserving of its title as the greatest mod pack you never played. And perhaps it's time to change that never into a yeah, because I really think you should download it because this one's timeless. Have you tried Tekkit Classic? Did I inspire you to give it a try? Share your stories and thoughts in the comments below. And make sure to smash the like button and subscribe, and I'll see you real soon.
It's 2 notebooks against these dogs.
My school nurse said I was faking it. Then my heart stopped in the hallway. The notification appeared on my Apple Watch during first period calculus. Irregular heart rhythm detected. It is recommended you contact your doctor. I stared at the screen while Mrs. Abernathy explained derivatives, my pencil hovering over blank notebook paper. The watch had been buzzing all morning with warnings I'd been ignoring for 3 days now. High heart rate, 189 BPM. Low heart rate, 54 BPM. Irregular rhythm. The numbers jumped around like they couldn't decide what my heart was supposed to be doing. I pressed my palm against my chest and felt it hammering, then stuttering, then racing again. Something was definitely wrong. But I convinced myself it was just stress from college applications and AP exams. By lunch, my watch had logged 14 irregular rhythm notifications. I sat in the cafeteria with my best friend Zara, pushing food around my tray while she talked about her disastrous chemistry lab. My chest felt tight, not painful exactly, but compressed, like someone had wrapped rubber bands around my rib cage. Every few minutes, my heart would do this weird flip-flop thing that made me catch my breath. Zara noticed me rubbing my sternum and stopped mid-sentence. "You okay? You look really pale." I showed her my watch. The heart rate graph looked like a seismograph during an earthquake, spiking and plummeting in jagged peaks. Her eyes widened. "Dude, that's not normal. You need to see the nurse." Nurse Campbell's office smelled like hand sanitizer and fake floral air freshener. She was typing on her computer when I knocked, not bothering to look up, and she said, "Come in." I sat in the plastic chair across from her desk and waited while she finished whatever was more important than a student seeking medical attention. Finally, she swiveled toward me with this expression like I'd already wasted enough of her time. "What's the problem?" I held out my wrist, showing her the watch face displaying my current heart rate of 178. I've been getting these warnings for 3 days. My heart rate keeps jumping all over and my chest feels tight. She glanced at the watch for maybe 2 seconds before leaning back in her chair. Smartwatches aren't medical devices. They're designed to make anxious teenagers panic. You're fine. I pulled up the health app on my phone, showing her the data from the past 72 hours. Dozens of irregular rhythm notifications. Heart rate recordings that look nothing like the steady patterns from previous months. But look at this. Something's definitely wrong. It never did this before. She barely looked at the screen before waving her hand dismissively. Those devices have a huge false positive rate. They're basically expensive anxiety generators. Every kid comes in here now thinking they're having a heart attack because their watch told them so. My chest tightened more, whether from actual cardiac distress or frustration. I couldn't tell. My chest really hurts though, and I feel dizzy sometimes when I stand up. She typed something into her computer, probably noting that I was a hypochondriac wasting her time. That's anxiety. Classic presentation. You're probably stressed about something. College applications? Boyfriend problems? I wanted to scream. I wanted to demand she actually examine me, take my pulse manually, listen to my heart, do something besides dismiss me because I was a teenager with a smartwatch. But I'd been raised to respect authority, to trust adults who supposedly knew better. Can you at least check my blood pressure or something? Just to make sure? Nurse Campbell sighed like I'd asked her to perform open heart surgery. She pulled out the blood pressure cuff and wrapped it around my arm with unnecessary force, pumping it up while staring at the wall clock like she was calculating how much time I was stealing from her. The cuff deflated. She unwrapped it. 120/75. Perfectly normal. See? You're fine. This is what I'm talking about. You've worked yourself into such a state that you've convinced yourself something's wrong when there's absolutely nothing wrong. She turned back to her computer. Conversation over. I sat there for another moment, feeling stupid and dismissed and scared all at once. But what if it's not anxiety? What if something really is wrong with my heart? Now she looked annoyed. Actually annoyed that I wasn't accepting her diagnosis and leaving. Listen, I've been a school nurse for 18 years. I see kids every single day who think they're dying because they felt their heartbeat or got a headache or saw something on the internet. 99% of the time it's nothing. You are 16 years old. 16-year-olds don't have heart problems. They have anxiety problems. You need to stop obsessing over your watch and stop Googling symptoms.
Entrepreneur vous dit
-3.
Magnum Bonbon, une bouchée craquante, élaborée avec soin.
Cotton Baldy, we have Game Baldwin, High Bald. This.
Baldy says you can't hide from 6'7". Oh, 6 times 7. Oh no, I don't know. What is 35 plus 7? 42. Wait. Okay, wait, is the secret? Is the secret 6'7"? I get 6'7" every time you 6. This is just silly.
6'7".
Oh.
6'7".
Okay, all right.
6'7".
Okay. The exit, why is the exit going so crazy? Today's lesson, how to 67 instead of eat cheese. 67 flavored Zesty Bar. I like the voice cracking Baldy too. Okay, there's gotta be a reason. Okay, we have a 6-7 soda. Yeah. I think in the 3 mod, okay. Got iShow speed. Please speed, I need this. I don't remember doing this kind of math problem. I typed it in Google and I just got this. It's just nothing but 6-7. But then this told me the answer. 0.85? Wrong. Okay. I don't know, what's the right answer to that? Am I just supposed to put 6-7? I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, I want to come and look in here eventually. 6-7? He does the thing. Alright, let's just put 6-7 and see what happens. What is the real answer to that? Great, I'm probably not gonna be able to pass this because of that. Oh, he's getting fast now. We're already gonna have to hit him with the freaking thing. The animation is so nice looking though, I'll at least give it that. Whoa, why does it do that? You were in the cafeteria. Okay, well, I'm screwed.
Creative map. You stole this. Go to school. Love him on top. Look up. This is a 2 hops. Hey, one notebook. I have 3 notebooks. And I'm gonna
6-7. What the heck? Why did he go back? Why did he go back? Does the 6-7 soda work different than the others? Apparently. Okay, he's stuck, and I'm not mad. I'm gonna go while I can. I ate the 67 Zesty Bar. Am I cursed? Am I cursed to say 6-7 for the rest of my life because I ate this? 67 is big, class, dismissed. Okay. What is 6 divided by 7? I'm just gonna put 857. I keep trying to put the decimal and it doesn't work. Oh my god. We're just gonna have to pass it anyway. I got 6 out of 7 notebooks. Oh, I get... I'm scared. What's happening? What is happening? Oh god. I don't know the answer to this. Oh god, this is bad. Is that playtime? Oh, wait. Okay, that's the janitor. I'm so scared. I don't know what happened to Baldy, but I want to pass this while I can. Okay, we even have their own music though. Or the mod has his own music I'm trying to say. Does playtime come out? Is that what's happening? Can I use the iShow speed memes on it? Oh no. Do I? I don't know what I do. Okay, it actually worked. What happened to Baldy? I'm not mad. If I can pass this, dude. These mods take me hours sometimes. Oh, he's coming. What? Oh!
Pizza is the same map to see it 2,000 times.
Why did I just randomly... Did Baldi's appear out of nowhere all of a sudden? Okay. I accidentally clicked the wrong mode, but it changed music. Alright, we're just gonna get lucky last time. I'm not sure why Baldi got messed up, but he turns really scary looking. Wait, I have 67 seconds? That's so stupid. You're stuck for 67 seconds in the principal. The commitment to the bid is amazing. It's gonna get the tape. I'm so stuck. I'm so stuck here. Oh, that was just playtime this entire time? Oh, we're finally free. Okay, okay. No, my God, I'm just restarting. I'm gonna put 1. No, it doesn't work. I don't know the answer here.
Is this supposed to be Punjabi?
Hello everyone and welcome back to New Horizons.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck? What the heck? Whoa! No! There's no way I'm actually playing this mod. What the fuck? Alright, bro. Okay. What the hell? That's not what I want to see when I'm going to game. Golden Dandelion. Pauses. Golden Dandelion, lol. The Golden Dandelion. Look, yeah, you get the point. Okay.
But then we got the Golden Dandelion, which is a golden dandelion. But it doesn't spawn naturally.
Why does he
Craft
look
it
like
with gold
that?
nuggets and then feed it to a baby mob to keep
Why?
it a baby forever, or until you feed it another one and it can grow up.
Why does he look like that, bro? Oh my God. Hello everyone, welcome back to another game. Today we're playing Golden Dandelion. Now, I did see this mod last week, but I didn't want to play it because it looked dumb.
I don't want to play
But
Sam.
you know what? Fuck it. We'll play the dumb mod. We'll play the dumb mod. So yeah, this is based off of Kamen18's video. He made a video about the Golden Dandelion, and for some reason it became a meme for like 4 days or something. It was so dumb. It's because he said a golden dandelion, which is a golden dandelion. Oh, so fucking stupid. But yeah, I'm playing this now, so it does not work sadly. Oh, it's not gonna be playing this mod again anyways. So is there no subtitles? Aw, you're evil for that. Okay, oh, no, what's happening? Jesus Christ, hang on. Let me turn on my sensitivity. What the hell is this? Cursor. There we go. Jesus Christ, man. It's been a while since I played the classic remastered. How to play. Oh no, Baldi was kicked out by Golden Dandelion guy, and later principal calls you at your house and get rest of 24 notebooks. Because Golden Dandelion guy name is Kaman18, who is addicted to Golden Dandelion. Can you find it? What's happening? Oh, 24 Golden Dandelion, Jesus Christ. Fun settings, locked. Okay, there's no fun settings. Got it. Right, let's get into this. Now, it's a while since I'd seen a...
That was fuck.
Classic Master mod. What the fuck? Yo, what happened to my inventory slot? Wait, 11 golden books. I thought I had to get... Okay. What the hell is that? Oh, what am I there? Wait, who's that? Wait. Sigma. VG Mics. Wait, what? VG Mics? Wait, what? Oh, hang on. No. Let's not get into that yet. Let's leave that to last. I didn't know there'd be secrets. What is this? What the hell did I just pick up? Okay, wait, they're -3, he killed them. Oh my God. He freaking killed them. What the hell? What is this? What? Oh, what the?
But then we got the Golden Dandelion, which is a golden dandelion.
Oh, those are notebooks? Oh
but it
shit.
doesn't spawn
Wait,
naturally.
am I gonna get
Craft it with
copyright for
gold
that
nuggets
funk
and then
song?
feed it to a baby
I hope I
mob to-
don't. Right, so this is Future Kai. The video did in fact get copyrighted, so I'm gonna have to replay it. Which sucks because now it's like it's not really gonna be a kind of like a serious, not serious action. But it's not gonna be like, oh, I just went here blind. It's just gonna be me replaying it again. There's just no way I would have been able to fucking how do I say it? Like silence the music because the music was like the whole part of this mod. So in fact, I can really play the first part. I think. Yeah, I can just play like the first part of this mod, and then like the rest of the mod, it's like there's not gonna be any other copyrighted music. It was only this song and this part. And yes, there are more, but obviously there's this one right here, and then secret one after beating this. So yeah, I'll replay this, I guess, and then just the rest will be from past Kai. So yeah, this part's gonna be from Future Kai, and then yeah, so yeah, no music, perfectly silent. I can't hear him though. Oh no, you can't hear him. That's bad. Oh, that's bad.
That's bad. He can't hear him. Oh god, no music is so weird. Ugh. I do not like no music. Jesus. I never realized how weird it was. Oh my god, I've got to get fucking a notebook from somewhere. Shit. Dude, go away. Oh my god, it's so quiet with music. Jesus. Where's the music? Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I still got scared. Fuck me. Okay. We got. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Yo, he came out of nowhere. Oh my god. Alright, well, we've been in this mod anyway, so... Oh, what the hell? That some crafters? Oh, dang, okay. Well, okay. I'm not gonna play this part, obviously. I'm just gonna have the past kind now. I just wanted to play the first part because, you know, it got copyrighted. And there was just no way I was gonna be able to edit out the music. Because I'm good at editing, but not that good at editing. So, past guy, take it away. Okay, that took way too long. What the hell? Where am I? What? What's this? What's this? No. I earned my victory. How dare you? I didn't realize there was a machine here. I'm so blind. What the fuck? Okay. We're super fast. Holy hell. God, that's a lot of resources now. Holy. Oh, wait, oh shit, you go through that window. I thought you go through. Holy crap. This is fucking, this is crazy. Hello? Oh. Hey, Shabby, sorta. What happened? Hello? Hi, this is what. Now it's time to train. I can't do anything. Oh, looks like another game. Now it's time to play the secret mode. The Bijou Mike mode. I didn't even know there's gonna be a secret. So that's gonna be interesting. Okay, it's just like classic sword. Bijou Urder? What? What the? What the fuck? Okay, right. Here's our go. What the hell? Whoa! No! No!
But it doesn't spawn.
No!
Gold nuggets and then feed it to a baby.
Oh no! Why are they here? Shoot! No, I thought it was gonna be Bijou Mike. Are we serious? Oh no! Oh, this is bad. This is horrible. This is. Oh no! Dear God! Top my things. Worship that. It's freaking. What's that? Wait, who's that? That appears on the screen. Is that for? Why the hell am I feeling this? Actually, hang on. Let's talk about that for a second. Why am I feeling this? I only have to click to eat this time, and I can't even do that. All right, come on. Let's actually lock this. Let's actually lock in this time. Right. I'm scared to even play because there's gonna be so many fuckers at me. Oh my god. What the heck? Whoa! Why is he in there? Why the fuck is he in there? I have no idea what's happening. Wait. Ford! Oh my god, it's Ford. He's gonna be antagonizing this. Of course. Whoa! Okay, where? Oh my god, I'm getting oh my god! Oh no! God damn it! I don't. Whoa! Fuck! I knew it! I knew it! I fucking knew it! I knew it! Right, where? I don't know where. E. I don't wanna. Yeah, I got that! I saw them. Oh god! Oh god! Whoa! What the fuck? Right, I don't know what that's for. I did. I did. Okay. That was it. That was it.
No sizing.
If you've played Minecraft mods before, you might know how crazy mods can get at times, having more detail than Wikipedia pages about the materials used. Some mods like GregTech are made and further modified by university students and even workers at CERN. GregTech is notorious for taking huge amounts of time, with its most infamous pack, GTNH, taking around 8,000 hours to beat. But GregTech isn't completely special for this, because if you're a new player, you could take up to 400 hours to beat what is considered an easy pack, like I did in this series. So all of this got me thinking, what is the most realistic Minecraft mod out there? And today I might have found the closest thing. Actually, what? And we're dead. Terra Firma Craft is a mod specifically designed to be realism over playability. It takes literal hours over multiple play sessions getting and smelting copper to make tools just to get a crafting table, and has a realistic climate system with seasons making winter absolutely brutal. It also adds realistic metallurgy and abandons furnaces for different kinds of heating with fire pits, pit kilns, and forges. Despite this, my autistic ass really enjoys it since it's exactly what I've wanted for about 7 years. GregTech is also in this pack, and while I said to a lot of people that I wouldn't play it again since I dislike the community so much, it works too well in this pack as it blends right into the early electric engineering and progresses to rockets, fusion reactors, and neutronium. With other mods like Create to fill the gaps of technological progression, Terra Firma Greg is the most realistic mod pack that I could find, and is also surprisingly new with it being on 1.20.1. So after cancelling another pack I had planned for this video, I created a world and progression began. But here we are. Terra Firma Greg. I said I wouldn't play GregTech again, and that might still be true. I don't know if we'll make it there. There's a lot between us and GregTech right now, but this is a very good spawn. We got a river. As soon as I spawned in, I decided to look for a perfect base location. I wanted an area with fresh water, clay, igneous rock, and plenty of trees. And really big cliffs. I think I'll want to go downstream. Because downstream is a bit lower. Rhyolite, okay. Rhyolite and Dactyte are basically the same in use, so this is where we're going to settle. I just need to find an area to get to the river. Look how nice this looks, even without shaders. Let's set up here. I'm gonna pick up sticks. Yeah, cool thing. Pick up 2 rocks, and then you can just carve them. I'm gonna carve this into 2 knife blades. And my GregTech knife better work the same way it does. And I can use the knife like straw, and then we want to make an axe like this. Also GregTech. Constantly reminding me that it's GregTech. And then we wait a while, because chopping trees takes a long time in-game and in real life. Also, there's hardcore darkness, so once it's night I can't see anything, so let's get a fire going. Okay, it's really getting dark now. This is actually bad. Sorry, you can't see anything. Hardcore darkness. I just threw some logs and straw on the ground. I'm gonna light them up now. There. We have a fire pit. But yeah, I'm gonna make some torches. Now, torches are the only thing in Terra Firma Craft that are actually easier than vanilla. It also works like shaders, where you can hold one and it'll light things up. And that looks nice. Pretty sure that's the glow from GregTech. Yeah, torches do burn out. Oh, here's some clay. That's good. Yeah, I memorized grass, because you have to in this mod. This specific plant, not actually grass, it grows on clay only. Yeah, there's also fairly realistic gravity, where blocks can like fall to the side and stuff. Like that, if they're unsupported. So why is this area good? Well, its main quality is the rhyolite that the ground is made of. Terra Firma Craft has many different kinds of rocks and prevents ore from spawning in some. For example, I need native copper for my early game, but I can only form an igneous extrusive rock, which is what rhyolite is. The chert spawned was sedimentary, which means it usually has way less material content, and all I could get from it would be sylvite, saltpeter, and maybe some other useless rocks. Another great thing about rhyolite is that it forms above granite, which can hold tin ore. Tin and copper together make bronze, meaning I can have a very fast early game. Okay, so yeah, you can use B to place items on the ground, and then straw is easier to store, I say, because you can just turn it into thatch and pile it up. So I'm gonna get some clay molds and stuff.
Where are we going? Who cares as long as it's away from those bloody church fanatics? We're going. Who cares as long as it's away from those bloody church fanatics?
We're going to Texas.
We're going. Who cares as long as it's away from those bloody church fanatics?
We're going to Texas. We can stay at my sister Carol's place until this blows over. Texas. We can stay at my sister Carol's place until this blows over.
Texas?
We're going to Texas. We can stay at my sister Carol's place until this blows over.
Texas? We're going. Who cares as long as it's away from those bloody church fanatics?
We're going to Texas. We can stay at my sister Carol's place until this blows over.
Texas?
We're going to Texas. We can stay at my sister Carol's place until this blows over.
Texas? We're going to
Texas. We can stay at my sister Carol's place until this blows over.
Texas? We're going to Texas in search of religious tolerance? That's gonna be like trying
to Texas. We can stay at my sister Carol's place until this blows over.
Texas? We're going to Texas in search of religious tolerance? That's gonna be like trying to get Sneakers O'Toole.
To Texas. We can stay at my sister Carol's place until this blows over.
Texas? We're going to Texas in search of religious tolerance? That's gonna be like trying to get Sneakers O'Toole to take his Sneakers O'Toole to take his sneakers off.
I'm not taking my sister Carol's place until this blows over.
Texas? We're going to Texas in search of religious tolerance? That's gonna be like trying to get Sneakers O'Toole to take his sneakers off.
I'm not taking my
Sneakers O'Toole to take his sneakers off.
I'm not taking my sneakers
off.
I'm not taking my sneakers off. I am
Sneakers O'Toole to take his sneakers off.
I'm not taking my sneakers off. I am Sneakers
O'Toole to take his sneakers off.
I'm not taking my sneakers off. I am Sneakers
O'Toole to take his sneakers off.
I'm not taking my sneakers off. I am Sneakers O'Toole.
Hey, take his sneakers off.
I'm not taking my sneakers off. I am Sneakers O'Toole.
Hey, take those bloody church fanatics.
We're going to Texas. We can stay at my sister Carol's place until this blows over.
Texas? We're going to Texas in search of religion. The Create mod is one of, if not the most popular Minecraft mod there is. Well, it is for a reason. With Create, you can design your own machines with many components to choose from. Now, these components serve many different purposes, but somehow they all take up the space of a single block. But do they? Take the gearbox for an example. It's capable of redirecting rotation in 4 different ways, and yet it's still a single block. How is that possible? A shaft also takes up a single block, and yet it can only move rotation forward. It's almost like there are similar components in a gearbox. Well, in this video, we're diving deep into the mod.
This one also started losing a bit. Should we take action?
Nah, let's see where this goes. Okay, look, I'm not crazy. Check out this texture. This is a shaft, right? There's another shaft here. That makes sense. That makes total sense. This is the same size, but there's also another shaft here. That would mean this is a shaft in a plus. Explain me that. Well, look, if it was like this, I would understand. I mean, look at this. I don't even know how many blocks this is, but to achieve the single block's power, you gotta make this. What's more interesting is the clutch that can just stop a machine with a flick of the lever. What are you hiding inside there? Well, let's find out. I mean, first of all, it has to be redstone powered. I mean, which really is how it works. But there has to be a way to stop this shaft and not this one with redstone, which is confusing. Pretty much impossible to fit in a single block. I will still try to replicate this as good as I can, and of course as small as I can. I mean, the basic concept is redstone goes in and shaft gets cut out. This part stops, but this one of course still doesn't stop. There has to be a way to achieve this. I mean, I assume I could just use pistons for this. I mean, the shaft would remain the same, but if I just had a sticky piston over here that can actually take the shaft back, that would work. There's an extension pole and some power, of course. And now it will go forward and backward, and now it stopped. And yeah, it works. Cool. Quick issue here. I just changed the rotation of the motor there. Like, that's not really possible. I'm not even going into the fact that this is a creative motor, so this wouldn't be existing in, you know, my survival world. Well, there's a solution. Instead of directly placing the motor here, use a gear shift and use the motor and also a lever. So once you give this redstone input, it will now be stopping our normal rotation inputs, just like so. I mean, this is how I assume a clutch would work. And again, I use a gear shift, which shouldn't work like this. This is a single block. How does this work? I mean, when I give it a redstone signal, it just reverses the rotation. What does that mean? You know what? I can make that too. Why not? Who's stopping me? So how would you change the rotation's direction? Let's take a little bit over here. I'm gonna have to actually use my brain. I mean, I guess I could use more mechanical pistons and use the gearbox model. Okay, hold on, I'm cooking here. So I'm gonna have 3 cogs right next to each other like this. And when I need to switch from one rotation direction to another, I will just simply have to drag one of these shafts into somehow this like so. Which shafts, if I can? There we go. Okay. And then I lengthen this and
There's more.
I don't have all day. I don't have all day.
Potato. What the fuck? What? I don't understand. I'm saying potato.
Chocolat craquant Magnum et glace onctueuse. Conçu pour le plaisir.
Did a bit of adventuring and mining before we got started, so we found ourselves a village which gave us a bunch of tinker supplies, as well as tinker's bricks. I then realized swiftly that we did not have enough space in our inventory to carry all of these things. We had to make multiple trips, so I decided to make a backpack. So we made 2 more pieces of bound leather, we had 3 already for hand, made some drag type tools to get some quests done, and got it. Leather for the backpack. Made that and decided, why not take on the dungeon next? Because we just moved the village, why not leave the dungeon? Killed a bunch of mobs while down here, and found so much loot. We got so many different tools, found some more Greg leather, so much food, so many different things. Killed a bunch of mobs again. They may or may not have killed us quite a few times themselves. We opened a Thaumcraft loot there and just got a diamond for free, which was crazy. Bunch more loot, more diamonds, bunch more loot, diamonds again, bunch more loot, exquisite diamond that time. Sapphire armor galore in this cave as well, so we were able to be decked out in sapphire armor. Didn't stop us from dying though, we died again. But our armor is better now, so that's a good start. And then we got to the 4th floor, and the path of least resistance, and lo and behold, the 5th floor was right there. So we blocked off any other mobs coming our way, and made our way down. And I said, that's too many mobs for us, so I decided to cheese the entire map. And we dug underground to get to all of the chests that the dungeon had to offer us, and hopefully avoided all mobs while doing so. More chests, more loot, and as you see, my XP went down again because we died. A infernal skeleton shot us through the wall. But plenty of stuff, tinker's tools, diamonds, plenty of cool loot, and yeah. Then we went for a small mining adventure right beforehand to get some copper and tin. And there we go. As you see, I have gone ahead and upgraded my furnaces thanks to the amount of nether bricks we got from the last floor in the dungeon. But yeah, all of the loot is now in our base. We have so much random things. A lot of Ardite and Cobalt pieces, which we might make Manulin with. The biggest ones are definitely the obsidian parts, because this will allow us to get to the tool forge, which as you see by the inventory, we're working on some stuff right now. And then we also got a few diamonds. I think 5 diamonds. So overall, I'd say the loot is pretty good. But as you see, our inventory is getting compressor, and that being the steam compressor, because I want to make the tool forge. This guy right here, the most complicated part of it is the obsidianite large plates. But to make obsidianite, like I said, the obsidian was the most important part, because we have zinc thanks to zinc gravel, we have steel thanks to the multitude of chests we've opened, but the obsidian we can't mine yet. But now that we have obsidian plates, I can melt this down to make obsidianite. And I'm pretty sure, if I did the math right, I do need all 18 steel ingots for this guy. I think I could be wrong here, but I'll throw that in. And also, making obsidianite isn't too bad, it's pretty much the alumite replacement, so I'm not too concerned about that. Now, I actually did go ahead and claim this single reward. We still have a decent amount unclaimed, and as you see, we did get a few through exploring. But getting this free 16 zinc gravel ore was a lifesaver, as it allowed us to get our obsidianite as well as 16 brass. I didn't need 16 brass right away, but it would definitely help. So what's nice is I have a clean gold large plate right here, so I don't actually need to make one. I can just cast directly into this and turn that into a cast. Now we can make our 2 obsidianite casts, and while we do that, we're gonna go ahead and make our small coal boiler. Now I am just realizing these are all bronze plates, right? It's all bronze. For some reason, I looked at that and said, yep, that's copper. And what's crazy is the quest actually does literally ask you to make bronze, right? It asks you to make bronze, it makes you make the bronze to make this quest right here. But for some reason, I wanted to skip ahead. So we're just quickly smelting up some bronze in our smelter here, and then we'll cast it into this ingot here. Now that bronze is complete, we can actually go ahead and make these things. So I'll grab 5 plates and to make our small coal boiler. And that's quest complete. Now this unlocks our steam age. No, I do not want to claim all the quests at the moment. We do not have room. Alright, so obviously the quest line wants us to either make a furnace or an alloy smelter to get red alloy ingots, which is fine. But what we want is the steam compressor. So hopefully, as I make this bronze hull, it counts for later quests, which I assume it will. And then we just need 6 bronze fluid pipes. Which, once again, all should be quests later down the line. And we also got 2 free pistons from the villages. So that's nice, and yeah, we now have a steam compressor. Now the last thing we have to do here is actually make a water tank. And that means I probably want to upgrade my axe, all things considered. And then I just went ahead and threw a plate of redstone on it with a new bronze head, and that should hopefully allow us to mine even just a slight bit faster than we currently are. And now we have to go locate ourselves some rubber trees, and I've yet to see one as far as I can remember. So this might take us quite a while, so I have brought along a lead in a saddle that we got from the village, well, the lead we crafted. But the saddle we got from the village, so hopefully if we find a horse, we might be able to make our journey a little bit easier. Because yeah, like I said, I don't think I've seen a single rubber tree anywhere. And these are all like oak trees. Yeah, that's even an oak right there. That right there is also an oak tree. So yeah, we might be at this for quite a while. Alright, by all metrics, those two little pointy trees right up there where my crosshair is should most definitely be rubber trees. That iconic little double point at the very top of the tree should always denote rubber. So hopefully, by the time we make it over there, those are rubber trees. And lo and behold, we were correct. So I will take some rubber saplings, hopefully, as well as the sticky resin. Now, back with our rubber saplings, we could sit here and wait for the trees that we just planted above to grow, and then harvest the rubber, and grow, and harvest the rubber, etc., etc. But one thing that's nice about the quest book is rewards. One of those being Explorer tokens. Obviously, we're going to take the Stone Age Loot Egg. Oh, no, we're going to take the Ore Berry. Stone Age Loot Eggs, we're kind of done with at this point. I always said I was going to take them, but I think this calls for Copper Ore Berries, as I don't believe we can get these normally. Like, you would need to crossbreed Malaxia and Stone Lily, so we'll take them. But the thing I really wanted were the Explorer tokens. Now, same goes for this Redstone vein here. We'll take the Essence Berries, and we'll take the Explorer tokens. Now, the reason why is down here in coins, we can get rubber. So we'll submit 50 of those and get 64 sticky resin, which for us will allow us plenty of water tanks, hopefully. So long as we have the iron, that is. But yeah, I'll go ahead and stop all this wood. We have plenty of it, thankfully, as we chop down quite a few trees. This axe is fantastic for chopping down trees. So how many can we make right away? We should be able to make half a stack, correct? Yep, perfect. If our hammer allowed it, that is. And it is a 3x3 hollow block, so we have 5 extra. Now, we will make more tanks later, obviously. But at the moment, we're not the most copper-rich people out there. So what I will do, that will break my bed temporarily. And you know what, actually a permanent bed break. We're going to sleep behind the furnaces. And we will just temporarily dig our steam base back this way a bit. And then right above our heads, we will place our water tank down, and that will slowly start to accumulate water. So the current rate is 8.0, which is faster than I thought it would be. But I'm pretty sure 80% humidity makes that maybe 10. I would think it would be 9. I feel like 10 would make sense. If it's 16, I feel sad, but for now it's fine. And we have full access to our water tank now, just directly above our head. It's not like the most ideal spot in the world, but it's also not the worst. Now what I will do is I will put these copper plates to use, make some small copper fluid pipes, and if I recall correctly, these automatically connect without issue. Yes, they automatically connect. Perfect. So, I'm sorry, it automatically exports. Like, I don't need to do anything special with this guy. But for now, we're just going to dig out a very small room back here. Nothing fancy. We will move all of this very soon, as probably, like, directly above our base, actually. But for now, I just don't really have a space for it. Now, I don't exactly know how much constant water flow I need, but it seems like we're currently getting more water than we're boiling, which in my thought process is good. So hopefully this means this will start to heat up, but once this goes to max heat, maybe we start burning faster than we're collecting. But at the moment we're safe. And then hopefully these can carry steam. They have 1000 Kelvin as the heat resistance, or 1000 wherever the temperature wants to be. I assume Kelvin. And I don't know if steam is larger than that, so we're going to use some copper pipes, and then yeah, once this heats up, we should hopefully be able to use the steam compressor to turn 36 iron ingots into 4 different blocks. And I think we're going to have to do like one recipe at a time, as yeah, this only has 2700 steam, and I don't know the steam cost. And I genuinely don't know if I will. It is 224 EU, 2 EU per tick at 224 EU. I don't know the steam conversion cost, so I'm going to wait for this to at least get to like 10,000 steam, and then we'll try it out. But yeah, it seems like our water's keeping up just fine, which is good. But yeah, our water seems to be keeping up just fine, so I'm going to throw 9 iron in there, and yeah, no, that's working perfectly fine. Awesome. And we already did open the top up here with a wrench, so I believe we should be good, and it won't stop. Perfect. Okay, we now have our 4 blocks of iron. We have our 2 obsidianite large plates. We have our seared stone that we do need to take a saw to for some reason, like that. And then we just need a tool station. And the last iron block, this is fantastic. Very primitive steam age, once again, very, very primitive. But it does work. We got our 4 blocks of iron and a tool forge. Now, I assume this will be a quest later on, but hey man, we can finally make a hammer. Hammers are so important for mining. I don't have to explain that really, I assume. I have genuinely been holding off spending 3 to 7 hours just mining out veins of ore because I wanted to wait for my hammer. But now that we have it, what I do need to do is make a hammer cast as well as a tough rod cast. Now hammer wise, we're just going to go with a boring old iron hammer. Obviously, we'll change it later, most likely to bronze, but we have more abundance of iron than we do bronze at the moment. Even though they're pretty much the same, it just requires one alloyed, one not. So we'll go with iron for now. Now, I would love to make a cobalt large plate. It would both give us reinforced 2, as well as 11 mining speed bonus onto our hammer. However, these These are the only two pieces of cobalt we have, which is nowhere near enough to make a plate at the moment. But for now, very simple, iron hammer. It's not amazing, this definitely could be better. But like I said, we will slowly upgrade it, and iron is just the easiest material for us to have upgrading right at the moment. Now, I personally don't know a better way to break a hammer in than just to smack some things, and smack some things. And maybe some more. So, I'll be back once we've broken in our hammer just a little bit.
Nouveau.
Double walk.
Volts inside one chunk, and I continued using volts until the ATM style. Now, if you want to know the equivalent of volts to a sophisticated storage chest, this whole 9x3x3 vault is the same as 13 oak netherite chests. And look at the storage space in these. This is huge. It's got a scroll bar. That's how big it is. And it's 13 of these all combined together. And again, like I said, because it's all one inventory slot, you just need to simply add one of the blocks to the storage lectern, and you now have the whole entire thing connected in one block to the storage lectern. So the next thing I want to cover is this, the massive drawer wall. And if you've seen a lot of Let's Plays, people tend to have these. Now, it isn't inherently bad to have one of these walls, but I'm saying you can actually make this a lot more compact, and I'll show you how in just a second. But what people tend to do is have, let's say, a mob farm. So here's the one I made my tips and tricks video, and it's all hooked up to the storage controller we saw earlier. Because they're all linked up, every time something goes into this storage controller, it appears on this drawer wall. But in my opinion, this is really messy. You can kind of compact this by using maybe the 2x2 oak drawers like this, but then you still have to have a load more upgrades to add to it. Also, if you were to then start adding the void upgrades, you'll end up being here for a while crafting an absolute ton of these. They're quite expensive, they use a bit of obsidian. You craft an absolute ton of these, and every time you want to add a new drawer, you've got to add all the upgrades again, and then add the void upgrades, just to make sure it doesn't enter your actual main storage system. So I'm going to show you one technique and then a sort of mini tip on how to store this in a little bit more of a space-efficient fashion. So this then leads me onto the big LED walls I was talking about. We're in like mid to late game territory. And for
Today about a 10-year-old girl with Down syndrome who was taken from her mother and put in a cage. I read about a did you say want?
Shut up! Shut up!
Damn, what you saying? My hair on me like a nigga Super Saiyan. Hey, 10, 11, 13.
He just chased him. Why did he not just get in trouble?
Because they're animals and they don't know any better. Humans.
Well, I'm from the monkey.
That's me. Go wash some dishes. Hold on, Mom. I'm playing ball. I'ma play with your balls if you don't wash them dishes. What the fuck does that even mean?
Neighbor, look! It's almost here. It's almost the new year. Come on, let's go. 3 more seconds. Oh, here we go. I haven't showered to 2020.
People are freaking out about this fucking lightning. I don't see any lightning.
Good job.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah!
everybody.
We're both dead. How are we here? If I'm with you, I must be in hell. Back in your cage, monkey.
McDonald.
Three, two, one.
Why is it green?
Oh no.
Hey now, no, stop.
You man Millie for real.
You dare speak to me in that tone of voice, boy? Yeah, go to the fire, you know, with no gears.
No way, guys, it is back. The 3 is back. Anyway, oh yeah, this is just so much better than 6. I'm Stu was chilling in his room playing Minecraft when his brother Jeremy suddenly walks in and tells him to get his notebooks back from Baldi's school. To this day, Jeremy is still practicing his eating practicity, so he's unable to go get the notebooks himself. But little did Stu know, Baldi, the 3rd, has gone obsessed with 3. Anyway, let's just do this. My options, we just crank up that just a little bit. Oh yeah, one more thing before the video starts. Thank you guys so much for this. I am forever grateful. This is awesome. Go listen to this video. Oh man, just what is this thing? Oh my gosh, it's a 3. Sent nickel. What about this one? Oh my gosh, it's 3 and 3 and Tress. Oh no, the cursor says, okay, what was this? There was all that matters. I don't need anything else. In my entire life, all I need is 3. Okay, first notebook. Oh, it doesn't even have a ThinkPad. Okay, well, let's just go get home. What's the background? Oh, I thought the night sky was gonna be all just numeral values. Alright, now, oh my goodness, it says 3 meter. Wow. Okay, so we reached our second notebook. Everything seems peaceful for now, but we're gonna have to keep on going to see if we can get our 3 soda. Now I'm just gonna... 3! No, the 3 is back. Oh yeah. Oh man, he's just 3 right now. That's crazy. Let's just do this. Spray our soda.
Very bypass.
Bye bye, bye bye.
Fucking this! No, not. This is for real.
Taste of blood. Taste of blood. It's murder. Was it worth it? This is your fault. You chose this path. It's murder. Was it worth it?
You chose this path.
Was it worth it? It's murder. It's murder.
This is your fault. You chose this path. It's murder. Was it worth it? This is your fault. You chose this path. You chose this path. This is your fault. You chose this path. Taste of blood. It's murder. Was it worth it? This is your fault. You chose this path. Taste of blood. It's murder. Was it worth it? Taste of blood. It's murder. Was it worth it?
It's murder. Was it? It's murder. Was it worth it? This is your fault. You chose this path. Taste of blood. It's murder. Was it worth it? This is your fault. You chose this path. Taste of blood. It's murder. Was it?
take you on again.
Good job, idiots. You guys are that video move.
Man, he's just like so loud with all them threes. Now, where is Baldy now? Oh wait, he's in the cafeteria. He's in the cafeteria. Oh, I got this. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Why is the thing so loud? That's unbelievable. Anyway, get this and get this. Oh yeah, man, look at all the textures. It's just so. Oh no way. Four. Oh.
Magnum bonbon, une bouchée craquante.
It's murder. Was it worth it? This is your fault. You chose this path. Taste of blood. It's murder. Was it worth it? This is your fault. You chose this path.
Oh my goodness, no way, guys. It's 4. More like quattro. Well, this is gonna be sure something of it. How to play. Baldy's dictionary got worse. He got tired of the whole free thing and tried finding something new. That's when he found out the Spanish numbers. Baldy doesn't really know a lot of Spanish language, but he sure does love his numbers enough to actually learn them instead of learning Spanish in its entirety. He especially piqued his interest in the number 4. It is his favorite. Alright, so each number was 5 there. Like, oh, I see. Wait, why? Every day that goes by, the Baldy number content gets more saturated every single day. Alright, so I collect all 24 notebooks and then I take back to the school to win. Okay, anyway. Was that Baldy voice mixing of him saying quattro? Oh my gosh, look at that. It's a 4 quarter. What are you doing? You're just like standing like that and just moving around. I don't know what you're doing. Okay, we got the quattro.
It's murder.
Okay. Now look at all this. You just plastered everything into 4. Did you carve every single wall here? Because that's just... What is with these windows? You have way too much time on your hands, man. You just did like that? Alright. And then the plants are all just Baldy faces. They open the door. The door is also 4. What about this one? Oh, no way. It's 4. Let's go grab the 4. Alright, great. Wow, everything is literally eyes and mouth, nose. Alright, what's gonna happen? Alright, so we got like 2 notebooks. Oh, surprisingly, everything's normal. What you want me to do? I'm just gonna get the notebooks that are closest as possible. I think that'll be the best way. Alright. And then I'm just gonna keep doing the rest of the stuff over here. Quattro's office. So it's not even principal's office? Oh, let me see anything here. Quattro. Interesting. You know, that face reminds me of that Baldy Sack face. Does anybody notice that? Alright, I'm just gonna go get the first Quattro book right here. Oh, excuse me. Alright. I wonder what that was. I'm going back in. You're sad. Like, what on earth just happened there? I wonder... okay, well, I'm just gonna keep on going and collect the rest of the stuff. Quattro 4.4? I don't think I was there before. You know what Baldy sounds like? He sounds like saying Satro. Well, really, it's Quattro. Okay, I'm just gonna keep collecting the rest of stuff here. And then, are we running in plus speed? Because if we are, it's actually very nice, very attention to detail. But anyway, I'm gonna go get this one. Everything turned dark. Well, I wonder what happened. I'm very curious. But anyway, what was this? Be sure to speak about Quattro while inside your school, or you'll be executed on the spot. I don't know what that means. Anyway, oh wow, if it wasn't already dark to begin with. Why is it a sun? What a sound. Let me feel the exit. I will. What was that sound? Oh, that's pretty good for this sake. Okay, we get out of here. Why did the ceiling lights just turn this hall? We got out. Goodness gracious, now we're just running footsteps. I wonder what this is going to be. Oh, hello there. Whoa. It seems that the sun has corrupted him. He sounded like he was screaming in pain. Oh, okay, so the dialogue says, finally. Let's cut to the chase. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Look at that. Okay, so it seems like the sun entity has corrupted the 4 Baldy. Alright, do this, and...
Boogie.
Well, maybe it's because I can recite all 50 states in a quarter of a second. Dun, 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 dun.
Ex-convicts, which crimes were respected in prison. Which were 1. Attorney here with several prison guard friends in the Northeast user. Substantially violent crimes will get you respect, as in people, will leave you alone. Smart guy crimes, if you ran a good scam, or were a major drug player, are also respected as in people, may want to be your friend. If you're in for lesser drug or misclassany/gun possession/simple assault type crimes, you're a nobody. Kittikers are separated out here, because they are absolutely targets. And rapists are often targeted as well. As another commenter mentioned, if you have crime... Crimes against women and children, you're gonna have a bad time. I haven't ever personally been in jail, but I speak on behalf of my parents who have both been in and out. While no crimes were necessarily respected by them, crimes such as stealing or making counterfeit money were seen by fellow inmates as more impressive, and these people would have an easier time getting along with others. Pedophiles, rapists, child pornography users, etc. These people were despised, so much so that they have their own section of the jail dedicated to them. If a pedophile was put in general population with the rest of the inmates, he'd likely have a night full or worse, while inmates all commit crimes. Most are still able to look down on the desperate little types of human beings that prey on children.
Chaos.
Ellen, finish.
I don't have all day. 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 I don't have all day.
Three. I am bored. Có thể như sao này thế sao phải cái bắt cho nhớ đi đây.
I don't have all day. 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 I don't have all day.
But what put him in?
I don't have all day.
Welcome back again to part 7. We are now over 100 hours into this playthrough, having gone from literally bashing rocks together in the forest to using an electric blast furnace to process complex steel alloys into various tools. From burning logs in the ground to 9 electric machines and 5 steam machines for bending, compressing, crushing, magnetizing, and assembling many different materials into motors, pistons, circuits, and even more machines. The base has developed a lot in this time, with 5 distinct buildings, lakes of which now house a large bronze boiler and our electric blast furnace to make the first one. We've done a lot in this playthrough, and at this point we have declared the so now we can look our eyes towards the fusion reactor and the long road to get there, starting with medium voltage. Oh, this looks so ugly. I could also just go like this. I mean, it's still definitely quite ugly. Okay, so there's a couple things I need to do for the start of this episode. So what we're doing right now is we're just gonna get another input for the electric blast furnace.
because it can take 200 ml buckets of oxygen and 1 ingot of iron to make a steel ingot. Just 25 seconds. Fairly good recipe, honestly. I think it's actually about as good as making raw iron in the arc furnace. There's the machine hull. Storage really does need to get fixed. This is the critical point. Like, I actually can't do anything with the storage system. That will have to be the next thing, directly after this, fixing storage. There, ULD input hatch. Okay, so this much will do, I think, 10 steel ingots. So I'll just run that recipe. Oh, there we go. Haven't seen this thing run in about 2 weeks, and that's a steel ingot. So, this thing's useless. We can move on. I don't think we'll touch a piece of pig iron or high-carbon steel for a very long time if I just keep this thing going. If I made 16 LV circuits, that would be enough. That would be enough to get me into MV. And I might as well. We're not going to have a better circuit recipe for a very long time. So, 16 circuits is probably the most ambitious recipe with these I've ever done. But now we have a ton of steel. Not to underplay the insane steel cost of this, it is actually going to cost 32 steel just for the plates alone. And I need resistors. I think I have a few resistors. Yep. Okay, so resistors are done. We're going to go on to vacuum tubes. Vacuum tubes are incredible. Okay, so resistors are done. We're going to go on to vacuum tubes. Vacuum tubes are incredibly cheap as well. And for some reason I still don't have a better bolt recipe, and I'm too lazy to change it. So I'm going to get 8. Oh, 8 steel bolts is literally just 2 steel ingots. You see why I haven't changed it. 8 steel bolts is 2 steel ingots, and that's 16 circuits right there. 16 annealed wire, 8 glass tubes, and 8 bolts. There is our perfect vacuum tube recipe. By the way, I don't think I demonstrated just how good this system is. Because right now we're running all 4 of these machines with no problem. I mean, these are not even outputting enough to make one machine run, but because of these batteries, that's not a problem. Okay, we get our cables, vacuum tubes, resistors, and steel plates. And this could very possibly be the last time we even use this system. We're advancing so quickly. Put in the 16 resin-coated circuit boards, and oh, it's getting fairly cramped in here. Still doesn't get old, though. These 16 circuits will be the first half of this episode. I am planning to make an electrolyzer, and this electrolyzer will allow me to turn water into oxygen and hydrogen, make silicon and aluminum out of clay and other things. What is something you opted out of that went horribly wrong for this, that went through with it? The Cave Creek disaster, 14 people died when a viewing platform collapsed. It took 2 hours for the first responders to get there, which was no fault of his. It was simply rough terrain and isolated. 2 of my mates died there, and I was meant to go, but was hungover as hell. I worked with the engineer who designed the platform about 3 years later, and the poor guy still believed it was his fault, which it wasn't. He designed it perfectly. The workers who constructed it used the wrong size bolts. I live in Aurora. Go and I was planning on going to the showing of The Dark Knight. Not that I opted out, but my car battery died that night and I couldn't drive there. I thank my lucky stars that I was not involved, and I'm terrified that I could have possibly died. Not me, but back in the early 80s my dad was diagnosed with leukemia. I don't have all details correct, but the gist of it is, him along with several other people with the same affliction were given the choice to undergo the traditional method of treatment involving bone marrow transplants and whatnot, or go through with some kind of newer experimental version of chemotherapy. Out of the group of around 10 people, him and a Catholic priest chose chemo, while the others chose the bone marrow transplants. My father and the priest were the only ones to survive. Company I worked for, large multinational, relocated the division headquarters from where they had moved me 5 years before to a shithole city. They called it a lateral move, so there would be no pay increase. I took the severance package and negotiated 6 additional months of work to train my replacements. During the 6 months I also got to attend a major user conference on the company expense. Bonus. With 2 months left in my tenure, they announced they were dissolving the division and selling off the resources. Most of my co-workers were left unemployed in a new city with no connections or prospects. I, on the other hand, stopped working on my designated day, a Friday, and started working my next job, for more money, the next Monday, with a nice fat severance check arriving 4 weeks later. When I was in grade school, my friends and I used to play stickball in a horse arena. It was basically baseball, but with a shitty stick and a tennis ball. Anyway, one day my friends brought a real baseball bat and a real hard ball to play with. They wanted me to play catcher. Having played catcher a lot in a local little league, I knew that without the padding and mask, this was dangerous. I refused to play catcher, and my brother friends gave me shit. Damn it, don't be such a pussy, etc. One of my brother's friends decided that he would play catcher, since I was too scared. My brother was the pitcher. On the very first pitch, which was pretty fast, my friend who was batting swung at the ball, and clipped the ball just slightly on the bottom of the ball to change its trajectory. The ball went right over the catcher's glove, and nailed my brother's friend right in the mouth, knocking out his 2 front teeth, and making him bleed everywhere. If I hadn't been such a pussy, that could have been me with the knocked out teeth. Nobody gave me shit for not wanting to play catcher after that. Not me, but my parents. They had planned a trip to Virginia Beach with a close friend of theirs. They were to take a small plane down, spend a few days, then fly back. My uncle jet for a local radio station at the time, and was given a few tickets to see The Who. He offered his spares to my mom and dad, who accepted even though it was the same weekend as a planned beach trip. Their friend ended up going, but the flight back never made it. The pilot was advised not to depart, as there was severe weather along his flight path, but he went for it anyways. The plane crashed with no survivors. If it weren't for them deciding to go see The Who, I wouldn't be here. I'm named after the friend that died, and was coincidentally born a year after the day they found out. A group of my friends were smoking synthetic marijuana at a party in the days, where it was a new thing, and hadn't made the news for the adverse effects it causes. I turned it down, because I had college the next day, and had to go home and rest up. I heard the next day, that 2 of my buddies had ended up in hospital, having suffered seizures, and the 3rd had suffered temporary heart problems. I was doing one of those really famous obstacle course mud races, got to an obstacle that involved jumping off a 15-foot platform into muddy water. I climbed to the top, took one look down, and freaked out. There was no way to tell how deep the water was, because it was so muddy, and here were people smiling and doing flips off the platform into the water. I had tears running down my face from the panic, so I climbed down, and ran around it. A few hours after my heat, a guy died on that obstacle due to accidental drowning. He went down and didn't come back up and just simply went unnoticed in the excitement and energy of the crowd, which was my fear to begin with. A family was out making their first tandem skydive together at my home drop zone. The girl, I'll call her Lucky, had just turned 18 and she wanted to do a skydive, but didn't want to go first once she arrived at the drop zone. In addition to Lucky, her grandmother, the 75-year-old Claudette, wanted to skydive to check it off her bucket list. I skydived out of this small drop zone north of Las Vegas. It had one Cessna 182 and one tandem instructor at times. Because of this, only one person could go on a tandem jump that day. Lucky was too scared to go at first, so Claudette opted to go in her granddaughter's place to show her that everything would be alright. Everything went fine on the free fall portion of the skydive, but when the parachute opened there was some sort of malfunction. The main canopy got tangled up somehow with the reserve, and sent Claudette and her tandem skydiving instructor, my friend James Van Esbeck, plummeting towards Earth at a high rate of speed. James was unable to get the parachute opened, and they impacted the ground. James, the hero that he was, put his back towards the ground to receive the full impact of the blow he was trying to save Claudette. Sadly, she would pass away shortly thereafter. As sad as this is, I always think that fate, luck, or whatever you want to call it, put Claudette in the plane.
But then we got the golden dandelion, which is a golden dandelion, but it doesn't say the golden dandelion.
I am Bobby.
And after covering all of the wood with dirt, we put our new machinery on top of it. And it was then that something weird happened. A wild giant brick warrior appeared. Maybe we have touched too much grass and this is the quest book telling us to go touch bricks. And the first thing we can do with those bronze-plated bricks is a multi-block steam alloy smelter. Since that thing will eat a lot of steam, we start by using it to produce a new alloy we only dreamed of, strongs. Sturdy as steel and malleable as bronze. This materials is indeed great both for pipes and for tools. We can also use the extra space in our new machine to alloy some clay compound. That is the only material enough lightweight and sturdy to make our new hydraulic parts. But, of course, the first thing we have to do is break many tools in order to work the dozens of stacks of metal ingots required to make some hydraulic motors. With those new hydraulic parts, we can craft a carpenter, which will allow us to do more advanced stuff with wood, such as plating it. And with plated wood, we can make a woodcutter. And that machine doesn't just cut wood, it also grows it, with the power of steam. After building it, we set it up to cultivate cactus, which we can use to feed our new maximum-sized boiler. With all of that steam, we can now power some bigger machinery. The first one is going to be the steam conformer, which is an improved version of the forge hammer which allow for hammering stuff into various shapes, making it more versatile than a forge hammer but not as efficient as an extruder. Next we build a steam blender. That mixer will allow us to mix the malleability of bronze with the sturdiness of steel, making breel, which must not be confused with strongs. And by using both of those materials, we can build a better blast furnace. But this one works in a slight different way. After feeding it materials, it will turn on but it won't work. That is because it will turn steam input into time progress. So we add a steam input pipe and now we can see how nicely it works with just a small steel pipe worth of steam. It works so nicely that it quickly used up all of our carbon fuel. To fix that, we rooted some cactus into the new infernal coke oven. This will make cactus charcoal, which we then pass again inside another infernal coke oven to make cactus coke, which we can now feed to our blast furnace. Those two can also keep up with our boiler, and they didn't even reach their final speed yet. But if we want to make steel even faster, we can use a hotter kind of steam. We can achieve that by fusing normal steam with creosote oil, making superheated steam. We pump that into our blast furnace and now we can make instant steel. With all of that steel we can build an extractinator. Then we also built some extra machines to support it. It all starts from a steam cobbler, which will make cobblestone from lava-water interaction. Cobblestone is then smashed down into gravel. Next it is mixed to water, forming a sluice which is finally fed to our extractinator. Here, with the power of superheated steam, we can extract all sorts of goodies out of watered stone. Next we filter those goodies and work the best stuff into ingots. And thus, with a couple more of machines, we have an unlimited source of bronze, iron and steel, which we bring right into our base. However, as you'd probably expect, we quickly run out of steam. Luckily, by extractinating obsidian sluice we can obtain silver. And I think we all know where this is going. Into our new mega pressure solar boiler. As you can see, it is happily boiling 100,000 liters of steam per second. With all of that steam we can now work on crafting a steam manufacturer. That took quite a lot of resources and many crafting steps, but we managed to complete it. Since once again we tried to optimize space, we can admire it in all of its glory from the NEI preview. The first usage we have for this machine is crafting steel turbines. With those, we can upgrade our pumps to fluid regulators, which will allow us to control the flow of a jet of steam in air, thus allowing us to pipelessly connect our machines. This will also allow us to use the whole universe as our steam tank, giving us all the room for buffering energy we could possibly need. Now that we have upgraded our main machines with that new solution, we can also start looking for an even more fused kind of steam, supercritical steam. The easiest way to obtain it would be to add more creosote into our already superheated steam. A cheaper way is to boil water using lava, but that requires a compact hyper-pressure reactor, which isn't too easy to craft. The only option left is to offer our compressed cactus coke to the cacti gods in the cacti pantheon. So we collect the leftover cactus we have been stocking, compress those a couple of times, and then bring that expensive block of super compressed cactus to the new shrine we just built. Now the cacti deities will reward us with a lot of supercritical steam. With that acquired, we can move on to the next task, making a new machine. And this one doesn't really look like something we can craft by hand. So we start working on making more stuff passively. So, after making some mess to passively produce all the basic materials, we make some more mess to passively make all kinds of plates. And it was then that we run into an issue. If we don't want to automate a crafting table with a good stock of tools, we need a couple of assemblers. And those are annoying and expensive. But since there is no other reliable way, we start mass producing every kind of part we can. Then, after manually crafting our first assembler, we set up some hydraulic regulators to keep it stocked with the materials needed for our super compressor. And after enough time, we managed to get everything we needed. We fill our inventory with that stuff and we proceed into building the new machine. And after realizing our inventory is small and we do not like walking, we take the whole drawer with us. And after completing the main structure, adding buses, hatches and pipeless power, we turn it on to compress steam into solid form. This new material will allow us to craft the most advanced technology we could only dream of in gaseous steam age. For example, we can make screws so lightweight that will be able to lift up not only a couple of gold rings, but also the people attached to those rings. Now we can also access the Jetstream wireless hatches and build some new giant mega blocks. But what we really are after is the more advanced hydraulic Jetstream enchanted technology. However, those parts require some peculiar gems and rubber. So we quickly grab the material to craft some more automation and automate the passive production for those things too. And after building some more spaghetti automation, we managed to obtain our gems. As for the rubber, we automated it all the way up to passive fluid regulators. With that, we can easily craft some of the advanced hydraulics parts. But, before using those, we shall pay a tribute of a quintuple compressed cactus coke to the cacti deities so that the supercritical steam charm will light our path. And the next thing on our path is the infinite creation given by the perfect steam progenitor. At first that looks like a challenging thing to build, but thanks to our out-of-control passive restocking, we already have most of the parts required ready. And, after crafting a bunch of extra parts, we are finally ready to assemble the machine of our dreams, and there it is, in all of its glory. But that was just one more step towards our final destination. And crafting the ultimate machine requires quite a bunch of materials. Without getting too scared, we start working towards a bigger ore processing plant. And while all of that stuff is being passively crafted, we can work on something powerful enough to keep up with the demands of our ultimate construction. A steamed Schrödinger cat. That will act both as a spinning device and a multi-dimensional linking device at once. And while crafting it took almost no time at all, finding its favorite food, anti-money, took basically forever. Next, after spending a lot of time alternating between idling and looking around, we managed to craft the last part of the machine of our dreams. And with that, we have completed our steam tier interdimensional teleportation device. But the real reward here is the alien technology that will allow us to dig caves way faster than we could ever imagine.